welcome to session 51 of Fathoms Below. I'm sorry my mic didn't work. I don't know why my mic keeps turning itself up, but it just does. I am, of course, your DM of Doom, Son of Asgard, or World Tree Quest here on Twitch and YouTube. And with me today we have my lovely cast. We have got Selkie Cove, we have got Just Kyle, we've got Madness Diamond, and we've got Lawless Aries Cosplay. And you'll probably notice that we have an incredibly handsome new face. I wonder what they could be doing here. Pat, what are you doing here?
What am I doing here? Hi everyone. I'm Pat. Diamond Quality Cosplay on most platforms. I'm new cast member here. Looking forward to playing some games with y'all. You know, doing some stories, fathoming some depth.
Recently, at World Tree Quest here, we made a change to some of the rules that we have at the table. That being that we no longer allow alcohol. And I do always like to toast the arrival of a new player. So, as I cannot toast you with alcohol, I will toast you with the fanciest of Scottish beverages, which is the Iron Brew 1901. For those of you who are from Scotland, you will get this as a deal. So, Pat, lovely to have you.
Cheers.
You get the top shelf.
Oh, you get the top shelf soda. Like the elite of soda.
Oh, yeah.
I definitely did not go and spend £7 just for 12 cans of it. Because it's so good. Iron Brew, sponsor me. Like, I keep you guys in business by myself. Anyway, do I have any housekeeping that I would like to say? Yes, I do have housekeeping that I would like to say. Yesterday we did not have Two of the Skies, and so what I did, because I was awake and thought, fuck it, why not, wee ball, I started streaming a Dark Urge playthrough of Baldur's Gate 3. Because I've never played the Dark Urge Baldur's Gate 3. I also found a homebrew, a mod, on the mod generator, of a witch, which is alarmingly similar to a witch that I am building as a homebrew class. So I started playing through it as this witch thing, and it's fun. And tomorrow we do not have Tides of Chaos, so I will be streaming at that time as well, playing the Dark Urge playthrough, and that's what's going to happen from now on. If I don't have things, I will stream. I'll stream me playing Baldur's Gate 3, and you can come and laugh at me, yell at goblins as I set them on fire. Other than that, I've got nothing else to say, so I'm going to ask my favourite question. Pat, it's going to be your first time hearing it, and Pat, you are exempt for this time, and this time only. Okay. Guys, what the fuck happened last session? Selkie's just
fucking
like, I'm not
fine.
I'm not touching my nose, but I'm not fucking doing it either.
I was sick for a month and a half.
I know.
I get it.
Kyle cheated. Kyle fucking cheated and started early.
I tell you what, we'll treat this like football. I'll watch back the action replay, but for now...
Kyle cheated.
No one said I didn't start early.
We made the deal beforehand. In past sessions, you cannot start early.
That is actually true.
Fuck. You can say your electric jello is not cooperating enough in that day and humbly ask to be exempt, but you cannot cheat. Ha! Get Bibled.
I'm literally the devil from the Bible.
The Bible.
Okay. 3, 2, 1, go.
Oh.
Diamond wins.
I'll go do it. Did this to yourself, buddies. So session 50 was basically that we were finishing up our what was supposed to be a get people arrested into the jail to then break people out of the jail in Cephalophor. But instead, we opted into combat. The combat being with random city guards. Rest in peace. You deserved every moment of that painful death. And Roland. You basically head bullshit man. But before this, we had Echo and Celia breaking into the jail. Echo deciding, I'm just gonna eat the wall. Which, because the cell doors are membranes and not doors, because that would make it too easy. So Echo literally headbutted the wall and ate it to break into it. Cueing the jailbreak. Morden, Maleth, and Luce's uncle, whose name I refuse to remember at this moment.
But that's actually the funny thing. You've never had the uncle's name.
He's a dick.
You know that Neris has a mum and a dad. You don't know their names.
Yes. He's a dick. He gets no name in my notes until he's not as much of a dick anymore. So they were in the jail cell because we didn't expect Neris' dad to be there. And they basically wanted to get into Roland's office for some fucking reason. Thus Echo turns into, I believe, a plesiosaur. Was it a plesiosaur?
Oh, well.
It was a dinosaur-ish creature. And decided to dive bomb at terminal velocity through the floor. Thus concaving it.
It was a good move.
It was a very good move. It was big brain. And Echo poofed out of wild shape. The three miscreants, plus Celia and Echo, started investigating the down below parts. To which Celia, Maleth, and Moradin, based on some real bad investigative roles, found a book on a desk in which the entire party cringed, having no control over these NPCs, knowing full well that book is a bomb and a bomb and a bomb. And it went boom. To which Roland, who was upstairs, going down with the incapacitated Reaver to be taken into said jail, with Luce, who is apparently in the good graces, and Marisol, who played along as well, and Ariel, who's knocked the fuck out at the time. Basically, we're taken down, and Roland got very happy that someone fell for a trap. Yeah, no, everyone in that room basically hit 0 hit points at some point. Feather went back into the phylactery, which is in Luce's tits. Not anymore, but it was. And we get down to the bottom, where we see all the things. Roland's very excited to be able to demolish what is left of the Glimmertide line in the jail. Luce reveals herself to, in fact, be, his fucking grandchild, who he does not like. Combat ensues. We got a surprise round on this motherfucker, where we got to basically try to do some kind of damage to him. Echo then turns into Giant Thing to pick people up in mouth. Combat ensues between Marisol, Ariel, and the guards upstairs, to which, one to skip a few, Ariel goes down in combat. Everyone is scooped into the mouth. Reaver ends up using the Spectre thing to basically grab the, oh god, what is that blade name? The Orichalcum blade that is basically Adelan's blade that Moradin is kind of obsessed with, but for good reason, because family line, out of the storage locker room area where all the shit is. And Echo goes through the wall, and thus crushing the entirety of the bottom part of the jail cell, sending things flying so we can make our quick escape. And then Marisol uses the Mist Whale Tear gem as a component for Revivify to bring back Maleth, who had died. Because Moradin didn't die, surprisingly. He was up, because we had a... He had give him some health given to him by the chat. Thank you, chat. But Ariel was the dead. So we then spent the later part of the session escaping down into the deeper of the depths where something should not be able to follow us or should not want to follow us. And then had our little mourning of our lost party member, everyone processing things, Luce having a vague conversation with her father and her uncle, finding out that the best place to go would be a temple that is not far from here. Echo and Maleth end up having a conversation, to which Maleth picks up I believe it was the ornate rapier, and makes an oath of some sort and becomes some sort of new level as well. Reaver is still also processing everything from having been in the combat, but also the weird shit with Cephalophor. Marisol's also processing the fact that our boyfriend is now a piece of jewelry again. And that Feather is not in fact dead. Because the phylactery was shown. Anyone who knows what the fuck that is knows that Feather's probably inside of it. So Feather is stuck in that phylactery for, I believe, 7 business days.
Yeah, it was 30 days. That was, not 30. 7 days that was rolled, sorry.
I'm being ghosted by my dead boyfriend.
I mean, you're not. You can touch it and then he can talk to you.
Being ghosted by my dead boyfriend. And so we then conclude at about that area to where I believe we wrapped up on the Malith and Echo conversation of them basically discussing things that were pertinent to their characters. I did not take full-on notes on that one. I was still reeling from the combat. But there's your recap. I'm not doing it next week. I'm calling it now. It's somebody else's responsibility.
No,
Thank you very much for that, Diamond. Yes, all that is fairly accurate. We did wrap with a conversation between Marisol and between Malith.
Oh, and Echo and Reaver swallowed some loot.
Yes, they did. That reminds me, I do need to put the rest of the information in about the rest of that loot. I'll be doing that while we do this. Yes. So, as was described, you guys are now on the silty bottom of one of the deepest parts of the Black Ocean. There is not many areas deeper than this, and if they are, very much like this place, you usually don't want to be in them for long. However, you guys are fucked up, banged up, and messed up. Okay, you guys are fucked up, banged up, and messed up, except Luce. You guys go and go and go and go using Echo as a method of transport to get you to a point of safety. Until you go so far that all around you, no matter where you look, it's just darkness. Darkness in an endless grey desert. Echo would probably feel oddly at home. It does remind you quite a bit of the Dead Trenches. Except there's no bodies floating.
Can't be perfect.
This seems like a fairly decent place to set up camp. As good a place as you're going to get as any. You are due a long rest. You can continue if you wish. But it will require constitution saving throws with the potentiality of exhaustion levels for pushing forward. Unless you're like Reaver and you don't need to sleep. But I will leave that to the party if they do want to hang around, take a rest, or if they want to push on.
Marisol, did you take that point of exhaustion whenever we first got into the Black Ocean? Or did you make the save on that?
I think I made the save.
It was only a DC 10, Brian?
DC 10.
Yeah.
I think I made the save, if I'm remembering correctly.
Okay.
I don't have it noted that I have any exhaustion.
So
yeah, I think the only two.
It's because of the depth. It's because of how cold it is. It counts as extreme cold. The only person who does not have protection from the extreme cold would be yourself.
Right.
You are tropical fish.
I am. I don't know how I got here. I know how I got here. I was there the whole time.
So
I think we.
Sorry, go ahead, Liz.
Oh, I think we made the consensus last time we played that we would take the rest because everyone else is injured of some degree.
Everyone's a little bit messed up.
Yeah.
Okay, then in that case, you guys settle down to take a long rest. As has been noted quite a few times, not everybody here needs to take the full, it says 8 hours. I tend to view it as long as you're getting 6 hours uninterrupted, you kind of get like 2 hours to mess around, do what you got to do to settle down and shit like that. So not everybody has to take the 6 hour, the full extended 8 hours of the long rest. So I will ask, is there anything that you guys want to do as you're winding down for the long rest? Yes, Weaver.
Is Marisol still looking cold?
So it has been, actually, that is a fair point now, Marisol. I'm just going to double check quickly if you'll need to retake.
Because I had a plan.
If you just bear with me a little moment. Extreme cold. Yes, you'll have to make the saving throw again, Marisol. So if you could make me a Constitution saving throw. DC still 10.
DC still 10? Alright, I think I can manage that. I shouldn't say that out loud. As a 19, we're fine.
So not exhausted, but still very much visible in how they feel the cold. The bright greens and blues on Marisol's skin are like paled down, fairly like grey muted, as the cold is getting to them.
Good for me to continue?
Yeah, go ahead.
Cool. I'm going to crush my last second level spell and I'm going to resummon Groan.
Okay.
I'm going to point at Marisol and I'm just going to say, dogpile. Heat them up.
Okay.
Eee.
Groan swims towards you, and they don't constrict, but they loosely pull themselves around you in a big coil, and then they start to do this sound. It's very, very akin to like that the bellow that crocodiles or alligators do, where it's almost like they vibrate their chests, but it's much deeper, much deeper. Sounds more like thunder rumbling. And they start to generate that kind of like bioelectric that they have as their breath weapon to create heat. I will say that for the next period of a long rest, as long as you're near them, you don't need to make the saving throw.
Okay.
Okay. Awesome possum. Anything else that anybody else would like to do? Marisol.
So before we lay down, I am going to go over to Ariel's body and I am going to cast Gentle Repose to protect the body from decay for another 10 days.
Fantastic. So you go Gentle Repose, and that means that, technically speaking, Ariel has only been deceased for 1 hour. Okay? 1 hour since you guys got out of Dodge. So I will take note on that. And he'll be frozen at 1 hour for, did you say 10 days there?
Yeah, 10 days.
Okie dokie. 1 hour. Dead. Fantastic. Anything else you would like to do with that there, Marisol?
That is all for right now. I'm probably just going to take Groan and go immediately over to Luce and just flop.
And just flop. Okay. Echo, Luce. Echo, you've got something.
Echo does actually have something. Echo is going to go over to where Luce and Marisol are. And for a second is gonna stand there before asking, you two know how to read?
Yes.
Yes.
Would you be willing to read something?
I mean, if it's a language I can read, I can try.
Yeah.
And Echo is going to essentially reach into their chest cavity, and grab out the book that they took, and pull that out. And I feel like they have it to where they can, like, pull the stitching on their chest closed at this point, so it's more like a drawstring bag. At this point, their chest is now a drawstring bag.
What a way to describe your chest cavity.
I was gonna say like a corset, but okay, we not fancy.
We are not fancy up in this household. And Echo is going to hand it over to Marisol, and sort of sit in front of the two of them. Settle into the silk.
Okie dokie. For the sake of keeping notes and such, there's been a few books you've picked up. Which book is this?
I have only picked up one book. Echo.
There's a few books the party has picked up. Which book is this?
There we go. It is the book on the gods and primordials and beings and such.
Smashing, fantastic, awesome. Okay. So who's reading it out?
What language is it in?
That would be a fantastic question. Which languages can you all read?
Marisol?
I know I can read Moorish.
I thought you were going to go, I can definitely read Common.
I can read.
I can read. I can read Moorish and a bit. Why did I take Abyssal?
Listen. You might actually be able to talk to Groan?
Yeah, you can speak to Groan. Abyssal.
Oh my god, I've been able to talk to
Groan
Groan this whole time.
You've had everything be oh, that's a change.
I love that.
So you would have heard dogpile eat them up.
Yeah.
I love
Marisol just suddenly, wait, I can understand. Wah!
I need this to never be revealed.
Nope.
It's for comedy. I'm proficient in Common, Elvish, Cephalophor, and Moorish.
Okay. Common, Elven, Cephalophor, and Moorish. Okay. And Marisol? Just Abyssal and Moorish, is it?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, so in that case, you are both going to be able to read it. It's that Moorish.
Lovely.
And it's essentially the document that I sent you guys. It lists kind of, it's got a bit more detail to it, like, about, like, the practices, how they would be worshipped and such. There is a small note at the end of it, which does state that there is evidence that there have been other cultures and other beings worshipped, but there's no evidence that they still remain within active practice or active existence. And any information they have on doesn't tell anything about them, just that they were once there. But it's in the way that, on the surface, the Eladrin used to be there until they just evolved to become elves. Like, it's along those lines. On that note, Echo, can you remind me of the languages that you have tried to read?
What?
It's my. So the language was.
You mean
languages
speak?
we tried. Yeah.
The languages that you've
Cool.
heard, and you've went, oh, can I understand this? And I've went, no.
Gotcha.
Can you...
Cool. Sorry, I was like, Echo has no eyes. I don't know how to break this to you.
Tough.
So
surprise.
ones they've tried and have been confirmed not to speak have been Abyssal, Sicalian, Murish, and Elvish. So essentially every single one that Luce can speak, and then Abyssal. The languages Echo still wants to try at some point are Aquan, Sylvan, and Draconic.
Okay.
Now, if it's one
Abyssal,
of those
Merish,
three,
Sicalian, and Elvish, yeah?
not spoken yet, Abyssal, Sicalian, Murish, and Elvish.
Cool.
But
No
you know
worries.
cuss words in them.
I do
You
now.
do know cuss words.
You have
You know
learned
cuss
cuss words.
Fuck.
Okay.
That's going to
So-
be funny for Pat's character.
I did, in fact, take time to teach the old man how to cuss.
So yeah, Echo, you have it right. You have it right to you. You are informed about the basic practices of the the primordial beings, the Merish pantheon, as well as. Sorry, I'm burping a lot right now. As well as the practices of Carcharodines and how they move around in their shivers. You will note there is an absence of anything to do with, Sicalian practices. It is mostly understood right now Sicalians don't really have an active major religion. They believe in knowledge and all that jazz. And there's also dragon turtles as well. There's barely anything about them, mostly just that they keep to themselves, and that most people don't really get to know what they worship, because to get too close to a dragon turtle and the dragon tortles that call it home can often spell doom.
Echo's gonna ask, because the book was handed to Marisol, so I'm assuming Marisol was the one reading. I'm just gonna ask Marisol if there's anything more specific potentially on either the Chaos Serpent or people being forsaken by the gods or primordials.
Marisol, on that one, I will let you make a religion check.
Okay.
You're also the real religious one.
Did you say you were giving me help?
Can I, if I have proficiency in history, can I give help to that check, or can I roll it as well?
Not usually, but in this particular instance, I'll allow it.
It's a history book.
That is
Take the
very,
advantage.
very true.
Okay, roll it again. That's a 12.
12.
Yeah.
Okay, so on a 12. Sorry. Oh, wow. Something really just fucking hit me there. Okay, so on a 12.
That iron brew.
It's absolutely not. It's not. Iron Brew has never done a bad thing to me. On a 12, there is next to no information on the Chaos Serpent. All that's known is that at one point he was the most powerful primordial, other than the Great Whale himself. But after the Battle of Atalan, there has been no remnant, no visible evidence of his presence or power anymore. All primordials pitch and wane in how their power is. Like Tyto in some parts is insanely powerful, and in other parts he's barely able to create a whisper. Whereas in some places in the deepest dark, where there are plenty of rotting corpses, Kriakos is immensely powerful. But in other places, again, where there is plenty of life and birth and people celebrating life and the rebirth of the worlds, Kriakos has no power. It all depends, but there's... Since Atalan left and swam down into the Black Ocean to fight the Chaos Serpent, there has been no evidence that he still exists.
Yeah, I'm sorry, Echo. It's like after Adelan fought him, he ceased to exist.
That lines up with everything we've heard so far, so it's not surprising. I wonder how true it is, though.
Any reason you're poking this particular lionfish?
Yes, actually. Well, we did find out that what we were being created for was to be a vessel for the Chaos Serpent. So, getting to know about that, it seemed like the smarter move.
Above table, because I can't remember because it's been a very long time. Has Echo disclosed that information to us beforehand, or is this the first time I'm hearing it?
Because I'm pretty sure Echo has.
It's
Okay,
the first
cool.
time I'm hearing it, at least.
Ah,
Diamond
knew this.
I am also fairly sure that Echo has shared this information.
Okay.
Do you know what? Fuck it. I've got a number in my head. Echo, roll a d20.
okay.
We luck roll this.
Okay. 11.
11 is higher than the number that I had in my head. So, yeah, cool. It is common knowledge. Or not common
Cool.
knowledge. It's knowledge, at least in the fact that Echo's mentioned. Everybody knows this! Everybody knows your business, Echo!
Honestly. Yeah.
That makes sense. I can understand that. Why the interest in information about people who have been forsaken by the gods?
Something
the obvious.
happened. Well, something happened when everything was going on with Taito. Because we could hear everything Taito was saying. We have no idea of what anyone else was saying, and then Ariel was dead. But we could hear everything Taito was saying from where we were. There was a point where we essentially cursed him. Because we had called for him countless times, along with many others, and nothing had ever worked. But it was something that... There was a moment where it felt like he almost couldn't communicate with me. Couldn't get close. It was like, for a moment, he was going to appear to us, in front of us, and then it dissipated. He never did. It got us thinking a bit more.
That is interesting. Perhaps losing a follower lessened his power? Perhaps you're such a force of nature in and of yourself that he couldn't rival it.
That sounds like a dangerous sentiment.
What is life without a little danger? Especially now.
Longer lived. The boring. Very boring.
I think we could all use a little boring now, actually.
A little boring doesn't sound too bad.
How are
Right.
you feeling after destroying a jail with your body?
You ask us that like it was the first time.
Just checking in.
It's appreciated. Tired. On our last legs. Wiggles. Our new toes. Pun intended. No, but also we have
Are there
a lot of internal bleeding.
Are their toes accidentally like fingers, so they're just like heavily articulated?
Well, they are webbed though, like a duck.
Echo can slap people with their feet. That's all I heard there.
Technically, you can
Do you-
too. Anyway.
Do you need any help with healing?
We're not gonna say no. We also may just be able to... Can you sleep off internal bleeding? That's a genuine
No!
question.
It's really funny you ask that, because according to Dungeons and Dragons rules as written, you can sleep off being stabbed in the forehead. As far as I would personally say you could probably heal from it, but there would be like lasting damage. And that would be things that would be represented with like, you know, exhaustion and stuff like that. You'd need multiple rests to do it. But I mean, you have a fairly rapid regeneration rate, so
That's me.
tis but a flesh wound.
It's but a flesh wound. I opened my chest cavity earlier today. You're not special.
I imagine Echo reacts to pain the same way that Olaf reacts to it. Oh look, I've been impaled.
Yep.
You gotta get real creative with it for Echo to be impressed. But Echo kind of shrugs. We're not gonna say no if you have healing to spare, but we can sleep off most anything.
I'm gonna give Echo just a little. I don't have a lot. Let's see. I will give you a little second level Cure Wounds map. That 16 healing.
Oh, yay! I am now at 18.
No.
I feel so bad, but also kind of not.
Just for me to recover from 18 hit points. I forgot about that part. What does Maricel's healing magic feel like?
Oh man, I have a whole new thing to think about. You know that sort of. You know that feeling when one of your limbs falls asleep, but then you can suddenly feel the. But you start moving it and you can feel the blood rushing back into it and all the pins and needles start to disappear?
Oh,
I imagine now.
Oh, it's a horrible
No,
feeling.
it's the feeling of them. It's the feeling of them disappearing.
Yeah, but,
Yeah, but
a
we're too
little
busy
bit.
thinking about it appearing, you know, right now.
yeah, but but then it leaves behind that kind of stingy cold feeling.
I don't think so.
Ugh.
We can feel our teeth.
Oh my god, that's how I can actively feel my skin. The moment, right, so for my neurodivergence in the house here, right, you ever get that weird moment of neurodivergence where you can feel your skin?
Yes.
Like you move and you can feel it rub against your muscles and you're like, ah, you fucking creep, stop. Yeah, that's horrific.
I haven't, but I'm gonna try for it now. I'm gonna gonna be thinking about
I get
that.
It's a weird neurodivergent superpower, buddy. It's like hearing electricity.
I get that
That
with
I've
like
heard-
the
that I've done.
liquids in my body. I can feel the liquid.
Do you ever feel your stomach acid moving? Or is that
Yeah, I feel my liquid.
Yeah.
just
Ugh.
Tell us in the comments, have you ever felt your liquids? Somebody has just redeemed. We've got two. We've got two health redeems. One for Marisol and one for Echo. So both of you can roll 4d4 plus 4.
Oh, nice.
We've also got... Tom has... Okay, so hold on a minute, Tom, here, okay? Tom, you're in this campaign. You can't... But technically you're not here just now, so I will allow it on
Tom's
technicality.
Not
To be
Ariel.
clear, Ariel is dead. Not Tom. Ariel. But
our characters know this?
But what I will say is, as Tom is not present at the moment, I will allow it. So not only do I have that, we have a shiny and gold on note as well. Shiny and gold means the next loot that this party finds, whether it is gold or whether it is an item, it will be amplified in some way. If it's a pile of gold, the gold amount will be doubled. If it's a magical item, the rarity will be increased, unless it is a named item, at which point it will carry over until the next thing we find. Because it's not as if I can go, you found the most powerful staff in existence, but I have to amplify it, so now you found Zeus's Thunderbolt. It doesn't work like that.
Just add an NPC pet to it. Instantly better.
You found a knife that can kill anyone. Okay. It also summons a small cotton ball slug.
10 times better.
Yay!
Luce is like, I want that knife, Brad. I want that knife.
Give me the stabby stabs. Give me all the stabby stabs.
Okay, sorry, we went massively off topic there. Yes, we're talking about gods and all that shit. Sorry, Echo and Marisol. Do I? No, I do not. I refuse, quite frankly. So I will allow you guys to continue. Was there more to the conversation you wanted to have, or?
Did you have anything else?
All Echo was gonna do was essentially say thanks to the both of you, leave you guys be, return the book to the chest cavity. It has a space now. You can see it. And then, because they heard about Luce doing it, and they're just genuinely curious to see what happens, because everything else has failed. So, they're 110% expecting this to do absolutely nothing. They're going to be bored for a second and then start to sleep. They're going to try to off to the side contact the Chaos Serpent.
So, just so I can confirm this, you're going to reach out with what is essentially an atheist agnostic mindset to contact the Chaos Serpent.
Yes.
Listen, it worked with my idiot.
You know what?
I think
It's the whole, not only do I not believe in, like, gods and primordial, like, I do believe in them, they exist, but, like, I don't have faith in them. This one has been told to me to not exist anymore after this point. We've gotten to the point where it seems like gods and primordials can't interact with Echo. So Echo's just like, listen, 3-1, this doesn't work.
Okay. Luce, be ready with a pen. There's about to be some lore.
Welcome to the campaign, Pat. We
Welcome
fuck
to the
around and
campaign,
find out,
Pat.
apparently.
You haven't even gotten here yet.
Listen. I shitposted this last time trying to reach out to who apparently is my aunt, my great 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 aunt. And I got a knowledge primordial who was very patient with my idiot. This time, it's flopped.
Echo,
Just told he doesn't exist.
what I'm going to need from you is I'm going to need 3 things. Okay, number 1, I will need from you a D100 roll. Yes, from you.
Okay, but you just said I need from you, and I'm like, there's metal. Mamma mia.
Bippity-bop.
98.
98. Okie
Yes.
dokie. Kay was like, oh no, there's the tummy ache. Oh no.
I'm gonna sit up. Okay.
The second thing I'm going to need from you, Echo, is I'm going to need a wisdom saving throw.
Okay.
And then directly following that, I'm going to need an intelligence saving throw.
The wisdom save is 18.
Okay?
The intelligence I'm worried about. The intelligence saving throw is 11.
Oh no.
Are you by any chance within 10 feet of me to get this paladin buff?
I
I've just
will
checked.
have to,
Listen,
I will have
They
to
did-
say I did
They
specifically
did
say Echo
specifically
was
say
going
they were
off.
going off to the side. Okay. Well, fuck, you said that you were on 18 hit points, right? Did you roll your
No.
4d4?
Now I'm at 33.
Okay.
It's not great, but I am at 33.
I'm gonna... okay. Oh no, I've got the stomach ache. Oh, lovely.
Oh, the DM does not get to say that right now.
I wanted to be known. I have 30 points of lay on hands ready to go,
I don't like
but someone
it.
keeps walking away from me when I want to heal them.
We have healing
to work
potions
out.
somewhere.
True.
We have healing potions somewhere.
There are healing potions somewhere among our personage. Okay,
I
cool.
think Marisol has them.
Yeah, I think Master does have them.
That would make sense.
Okay, so not only is there going to be some lore dropped here, guys, there's also going to be a new discovery, a new homebrew discovery. Like I said, there would be new homebrew things coming around. So, Echo, for the wisdom saving throw, you are going to take... So you are going to take bang on the dot, and I'll happily show you the dice rolls here. Bang on the dot, 33 psychic damage.
Ah,
I'm lifting this right now.
that's fair.
A 10 and an 11, right? That makes 21. Plus 1, 22. Plus 8 is 30. Plus the 3 is 33.
If I didn't like gods before. Try to
On
talk
the
to them one more
intelligence
time.
save. Now, the good thing about this is this is all in the one attack, so you don't go down and then immediately get to,
Okay.
bad saves. And on this one,
See how much overkill it was.
oh, nowhere near enough. Even if it rolled max, it couldn't be overkill. It couldn't be bringing you down.
I know, but like,
Oh, for the curiosity's sake, alright, cool, I got you.
Yeah.
So it would be 32. 32 on that one. But this will be 32 chaos damage.
What the fuck's chaos damage?
I know I went down, but this is fine.
It is a homebrew type of damage that I've created specifically for people who actively engage with and channel the magics of the Chaos Serpent. You have not come across any magics that use its like, but now you are aware there is something new. Echo, you have never felt this kind of thing. It is an assault both physically and mentally. It feels
This
like being
feels
hit
ready.
with. It feels like you're being hit with force and psychic at the same time.
It's new.
It's well, actually, yeah, that would be a really cool thing to say to Echo. It is new. It is completely new. This is a sensation you have never felt before.
So, before Echo goes down, because Echo just has essentially just been smoked. But before Echo goes down, it's like there's a fascinated smile on their face. I don't know.
Echo, here's the lore.
Oh.
As you go down, you have a myriad of images splash through your mind. Serpent-like eyes in the dark, a lone, singular swimmer swimming down into a deep, dark abyss with only a glittering blade as their light source, hurtling as fast as they can, and then suddenly just jaws appearing. Then it snaps away to a almost psychedelically lit, bioluminescent forest of algae and plant life and a group that you have never seen before. And then that's when it snaps in. You're seeing. You are perceiving, not in your normal manner. You see what looks to be like the way you are just now. 2 arms, 2 legs. And for a second you could be forgiven for thinking they're elvish until you realise that they have flowing, fin-like protrusions on the top of their head and on the side of their head. Like betta fish. They are beautiful, skin tones varying in pale purples and blues, onwards into deep dusky pinks and almost verging into like the eggplant and aubergine darks. They also have personal bioluminescence. And as you watch these people communicate and converse, you can understand them. You don't know what language it is, but you can understand them. It's just everyday conversation. And then you hear it. The same noise you heard when that new sensation came over you. You visibly perceive all of them hear and feel it at the same time, as not only can they hear the rattling assault on their mental state, they feel their bones rapidly vibrate with the onslaught of the physical effects. And then it becomes a frenzy. Lurching out of the darkness surrounding this bioluminescent field, you see creatures, maybe at one point humanoid or some kind of aquatic creature, but now covered in this horrifically vibrant reddish purple crystalline structure with blades and spikes and large crystalline mauls made of the substance growing onto their bodies. They set around these people. You're unsure in the passage of this time whether it takes you hours, days, or seconds to watch all this unfold before your vision is dragged away. Time seems to speed up until you see a small group of these, whatever they are, no more than 40. Reaching a space, what looks to be like the final descent of some kind of aquatic cliff, and then starting to channel magics. And as they channel that magic, it creates like a bubble, a shell of almost like hardened light. And then a voice is going to tell you, it's going to speak to you. And it says to you, you were here. And it says it to you in the same language that they spoke, that you understand. It is a deep, guttural tongue. It's spoken very much in the chest and at the back of the throat. There is some structure of like hissing involved in it, but lots and lots and lots of chesty tones and reverberation in how they speak. And then you're unconscious on the ground. To the rest of the party, you see Echo apparently have like a mild zone out moment before there's an audible sound, a thrum of power that reverberates outwards from Echo before they just drop to the ground or just bob in the water. I pass over to the party.
Okay. Guess I'm healing Echo again. You're just getting a level 1 because we're about to rest.
So Marisol, you swim over and you pop a heal.
Yep, that's... Take 13 heal.
Okay, fantastic. Hey, would you look at that? You take another 13 damage. I'm kidding.
Stay down.
I'll play this game with you. I've got 30 uses of 1 healing.
Go to sleep.
Like a fucking cockroach. Stop it.
So, you get Echo back up.
Did something hit you?
We don't know if we would call that a hit. Have you ever felt something simultaneously slam your insides while also slamming your brain space?
Oh.
I don't think so.
This is the
Is
level
that
of
what just
maturity we
happened
have.
to you?
So, it's nothing we've ever felt before either. So, it was
You felt
weird.
a lot of things. That's impressive.
Alright. That's what we were thinking before we... It also gave us visions. Actual visions. We could see.
You could see.
We could see.
What?
We could
What
also
exactly-
understand the language.
Like, oh, there were words.
There were words. We were also told directly that we were there.
Oh, this was a thing that happened.
Oh,
That you
yeah,
saw.
we several things. Actually, it wasn't just one event.
And you were just walking along and suddenly this happened to you?
Well, we didn't think gods or primordials could contact us, and we were told that the Chaos Serpent was no longer in existence. We tried to say hi.
Oh my god. What?
It technically worked.
I don't... Okay. This has happened. We can't undo it.
No.
What did you learn?
Well, one thing. Do you know this language an Echo is going to try to repeat
Okay.
some of?
So what I'll say on that one, Echo, mimicry is something that comes fairly second nature to you. This is a new sound to replicate. So it's going to be a fairly easy one. I'm still going to say, can you make me let's call it a, like the closest we would come to it would be a survival check. Let's call it a survival check. 'Let's see how that goes.
19.
19, okay. You mimic it to damn near perfection. Some of the, the resonance is a little bit off because you don't quite have the facilities for that right now. But Marisol, you don't recognise the language. For everybody else that's within earshot, Reaver, what languages do you speak?
So here's the funny thing, buddy, because I've still not lost Warlock. Comprehend languages exists.
But do you have it active?
No. Hence my point of, I could get it repeated, but I don't want to metagame on you. Because that's
You're more than what I mean. So this isn't really metagaming. This would be a case of like I said to you, your warlock magic is dwindling. This
Cool.
would be like oh hey, I still have this while we're here, might as well use it. So you can do that if you want to.
Cool. Then the reply I would give is, Echo, try that again and crush one of my few remaining spell slots to cast Comprehend Languages.
Does comprehend languages tell you the language which is being spoken, or is it just
No, but it gives me the
language?
literal. So the wording is, for the duration you understand the literal meaning of any spoken language that you hear.
Okay,
But that is
so
to your interpretation.
for the it doesn't say you would know the language, just that you understand
Yep.
it. So Echo, the part you repeat would, is it safe to say it would just be you were here.
That's what I was thinking.
Okay.
And then
So
some
you're
of the little small talk that they heard.
So actually, with that, I'll give you this. Some of the small talk seems to be general small talk. Hey, how are you doing? I'm doing good. How's the wife and kids? Fantastic. How's yours? I don't have a wife. I have a husband. Blah 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 blah. And then one of them is like a very general kind of compliment of like isn't this a lovely day? Blah blah blah. But you do get what sounds like it could be a name. It's a noun, at least. And that is Betalanu. I will type that into the Discord so that people know how that's spelled. From the context of the sentence, it's definitely a noun.
By
More than
literal
likely.
meaning, would I not know it's a name or a noun then?
What do you mean?
So I will not know what language it is, but you'll understand the literal meaning of any spoken language. But if I know the literal meaning, we know what names
Oh, if
are.
you know the literal meaning, then yeah, you would know that it is a proper noun. It is a...
Okay. So we know it's a name then. Okay.
Yeah, you
Then-
definitely know it's a name, whether it's a place or whether it's a person. That
Okay.
remains up in there.
The reply then to Echo is, it's definably a language. Betalano is a name of something or someone, but I've not heard it without dwindling help, shall we call it? As I'm just going to look at the lightning hand.
From the group of stragglers you guys have, somebody is going to speak. The first time you've heard them speak, really, as Neris's dad is going to speak. And he says, the language you're speaking is Draconic. And then he will repeat it back to you. This time, you hear him inhaling as if to fill his chest cavity so as to use the resonance that's there.
Connor.
Echo, how do you say fuck?
Fuck. Just.
Echo, the draconic word for fuck comes to your mind from some deep recess in your memory. You can speak and understand draconic.
As if pulling from a file in their brain, Echo will say, fuck, in Draconic.
Oh,
In my experience, if you can curse in a language, you can understand it. So,
Yeah.
Therefore, Scottish people can speak any language. We are the masters of the swear.
this is an interesting development. What did you see?
ooh, are we comparing chaos serpent visions? I got one before. You go first.
Then Echo's just like...
Echo, as you turn to, something pops up on your radar. Something moving towards you. Not
Echo
too big.
gets
Medium-sized.
excited for a second at the thought, and then there's something that shows up, and Echo freezes. And this low growl emits from their chest, and they immediately swim around to put themselves between whatever the approaching thing is and the rest of the party. And they say, something's coming.
How big?
Medium.
Taller than me, bigger than me. Estimate?
I don't know. Pat, how big is your character?
He's a tall boy. He's like, I'd say he's something. A little over 6 feet.
Okay, fairly long boy. Cicalian, tall for a Cicalian. Very tall. But if you would like to please introduce to us your character.
Sure. So, I will come swimming along towards this one source of light in the darkness. And Architeuthis, he's a Cicalian, so he has like here's an Ursula situation from the waist down, along with very rubbery skin. It used to be you get the sense it used to be a lot richer in color, but it's a rather unhealthily pale shade of blue for Cicalian. He has a rather disheveled. I wouldn't call. I get. We don't really get hair, do we? Yeah, so it's more of like a weird.
It's like
wispy-
it's like thin, rubbery tendrils that are very thin. So Cicalians and deep elves and such, they can grow facial hair. It's just not hair the way we have it. It wouldn't be like keratin. It would be more like
Cool.
very long, thin, excess skin.
Gotcha. So he has that, and it doesn't look nice. It's also very patchy and discolored, and he's wearing a deep blue, like robes of deep blue with red highlights to them. And if you get close to depending on how close Selkie lets me get, his eyes are his pupils are very, very skinny in his eyes. And Architeuthis will come swimming along towards this one source of light in the darkness. First seeing this rather interesting semi-transparent growling creature before him, Hello.
Echo is really small. By the
Gotcha.
way, Echo is Echo's about 3.5 to 4 feet tall.
Thank
Okay.
you very much for the raid, Starfield. Thank you, guys. Welcome.
Oh, welcome.
And so Architeuthis, he approaches you, looking, you sort of swimming vertically, and he sort of pulls up to his full height and looks, hello there, little one. I'm Architeuthis Mari, and I see this group has a rather nice little setup going on over here. You don't see many camps in this part of the ocean.
There's
You also
silence.
don't- Sorry. You also don't see many other people in this part of the. Where did you come from?
I come from Cephalophor. I come from many. I'm a man of many places. I'm simply exploring the deep, dark depths out here. Same as you, I suppose.
We live here.
Did you come from?
This is our house. Why you?
I-
Get the hell off my lawn!
Oh well, I'm very sorry to have intruded. I didn't think anyone lived here really. What's it like? I haven't been down here very long. It seems like a rather inhospitable environment.
Why have you come from Cephalophor? As you're going down to see the eyes from the shadow, because I don't know why the fuck anyone would be near light. Okay, I was wondering, like, what is the light source? Why are we using light? Cool, Echo.
Why have I?
I also don't have dark vision, so it's very necessary at this moment.
Very true. Yeah, Reva's not small. Sorry, buddy. Reva's 8 feet.
Ooh, I haven't seen a Wreckborn in many a year. I come from Cephalophor on exploratory mission, yeah? I'm something of a scholar myself.
I'm gonna whisper to Luce. I don't think he's followed us from Cephalophor. I think he just came from Cephalophor originally, because he seems very friendly.
I want to say this entire time Luce has been distracted at the thought of actually getting to fight something and maybe taking damage. She's a little jumpy. Has not been paying attention. And then finally turns and is like, well, I don't think he followed us from Cephalophor. I mean, he looks... And Luce is speaking back to you in Murish. I do not think he followed us from Cephalophor. I think he's probably just wandering... Wait. And it's just the pointing of like, and you can visibly see the tentacles on the head moving. And they kind of do this thing that Reaver would recognize of confusion, of like, but it's like trying to remember something, trying to place something, and it not quite clicking. So you didn't follow us from Cephalophor, but you're just wandering, and it's kind of this like confusion. But she's trying to place something, but she's not defensive. She does have Marisol behind her, out of instinct.
As you say that, he's kind of been focused on the two folks, right? He kind of pokes his head out, and he's like, "Vess, is that you?" Surely you remember me, Architeuthis Mari. We were on an archaeological dig many years back.
Oh. That was so long ago. That was like 3 names ago.
Oh, so you go by a different name now, then?
I go by Luce now. You can still call me Vess if you want, but I go by Luce now. Yeah.
Well, happy to be acquainted with you.
Where have you been? You
Oh,
look
I've been-
a little And Lucy's like looking you up and down. You can continue.
Yeah, I've been around here and there, taking part in the studies in my cloister in Cephalophor.
Oh.
It can be rather isolating, probably why you haven't seen me for a while.
Oh. That. Yeah, no, I don't go to Cephalophor. I don't. But
We did.
was it? Shush. Yeah, we did. We made a pit stop. But we're leaving this area. Where are you headed? Are you going anywhere fun? Far away from here?
Well, I'd been cooped up in the cloister for so long that I decided to do a little exploration as a little bit of field research, and I do think that a little travel could do me well,
Yeah.
and I wouldn't mind going about with an old digging companion, eh?
I promise not to step on your relic this time.
Please don't.
That was my bad. That was my bad, honestly.
It is all right.
Yeah.
Many moons ago.
Yeah. Kyle?
You see Reva just like brain ticking. So, this with the questioning tone of like when you like, oh, I'm putting the salt, like to be like, huh? This Architeuthus, you said your name was?
Architeuthus.
Arch. And the eyes
Like
are
Archie.
just gonna, yeah, the eyes are gonna then full just squint stare, like, You're Sicalian, you're from Cephalophor, you've worked together, and you willingly came in here.
Exploration knows no bounds.
So you're an idiot. You're safe.
I mean, he's smarter than me.
That's not saying much.
Ambition
will
makes
punch
idiots of
you.
us all.
Please do not hit each other. We just got out of a fight.
I'm fine.
Moradin is going to stand up and look at you, narrow his eyes, and then in Sicalian, this deep elf is going to look at you and go, "Your name is Squid Squid?"
Yes, my parents had a rather lowbrow sense of humor.
I think we'll just call you
Insecate.
Squid.
Yeah, in Sicalian, Lucy's gonna turn around and look at Moradin, and then just say, "My name is Deep Fog," because Melusine literally translates to Deep Fog.
It's like, he turns to you and in Elvish he'll say, "Well, yeah, deep fog, that's one thing. But Squid Squid.
Yes.
I once heard a legend of somebody up on the surface whose name was Moon Moon, and this guy's hitting out with Squid Squid."
Back in Elvish is going
We
to
are
say,
we are rather competitive in Cephalophor.
"Do you speak Elvish?"
Oh shit, was that an Elvish? No. Okay, then I
It's not
no.
Elvish.
Then I do not speak Elvish now.
Yeah, you would have heard my name literally translates to like Deep Fog. But Luce back at Moradin in Elvish is just like, "I don't think you get to criticize people on their names. You literally named me Deep Fog, Shiny Water."
In all fairness, I didn't pick the name Glimmertide, that just happened.
I'm gonna
Deep
just start
fog.
laughing.
Deep Fog, Shiny Water.
So much conversation has happened that I have
Squid.
no idea what's happening.
Squid.
For your reference, Moradin looks like just the male Deep Elf version of Luce.
Gotcha.
He's gonna look at us and go, "Do you know what? You're absolutely right. Hi there, Squid Squid. My name is Sword Sword." He's gonna point at Reaver and he's gonna go, "This is Brickaback Brickabrack," and then he's gonna point at Echo and go, "And that is Chump Chump. Nice to meet you."
Sword, bric-a-brac, and chomp chomp. Lovely to make your acquaintance, all of you.
I'm so glad I cast comprehend languages to get all this.
So, if you don't mind me asking you, not every day you hear about somebody just wandering aimlessly through the Black Ocean. Either you're an incredibly brave man, or an incredibly stupid man. Which would I be right in betting towards?
As I said before, ambition makes fools of us all. I simply noticed that no one had documented the various species and whatnot and flora and fauna that live down here, and I decided to, I should be the first.
Insight check.
By all means, roll your insight.
Am I also allowed to insight check? I don't know if this is in a language.
Everybody's
I understand.
staring at a new person. Everybody's allowed to insight check, I think. Architectus,
yeah.
were you speaking in common, or were you speaking in Sicilian?
I would have been speaking in common just for like the as a courtesy to everyone.
So yep, everybody can roll.
Insight's what I'm good at. It's
I'm an idiot. I trust you.
18.
Less
27.
27. Jesus.
I have
Oh
a
yeah,
plus
no,
8.
Echo's a living lie detector.
The joke with Echo is just assume it's going to be 35.
All right.
Echo's
so
Echo's passive insight is 23.
God
Just
damn.
assume
Okay.
it's a 35.
Feather does the equivalent of Gimli going, "What's happening out there?" Feather would have that one.
Feather's on Marisol, so.
Just
Feather's just like, okay, I can't see. All I can do is hear. Who's the new person? What are they doing? What's going on?
He is a Cephalophor that says that he's down here studying the flora and fauna. We are suspicious. Also, apparently, he knows our girlfriend, but knows her by the name Vess?
How many names does she have?
Wouldn't you
I
like
was
to know?
hoping you knew. I was too afraid to ask.
Now Marisol and Feather just going through the names that they know Melisson by. Does she let you call her Sweetie Tentacles, or is that just a me thing? Like, what's going on here?
I've never tried. I'm going to, and I will report back.
Cool.
I'm leaving.
if this tiny, mostly see-through thing could be squinting at you, that's what would be happening. You get
Here's
the
the
vibes of a squint.
Imagine Echo's hair squints somehow.
You're muted.
Sorry, I thought I could. That's weird. Okay. Am I rolling anything against?
This is your choice, okay? If you're telling the truth, I don't really know what you would roll. If you're telling the truth, I guess you could roll persuasion. If you're lying, you can roll deception. You don't have to tell us what you roll. You can just roll and go, I have rolled this number. You don't have to tell us what skill you're using. So therefore, you don't give away if you're lying or if you're telling the truth.
Okay, I've rolled 17.
Nice.
Okay. So I guess in this particular instance, as it goes 17, someone did beat a 17. So nobody else would know if you're telling the truth or if you're lying. But for those above a 17, Architeuthis, are you lying?
Yes.
He's lying through his teeth! None of the NPCs got above a 17. They're all fucking blind.
So am I.
You know I have the power to divine smite you at level 10, right?
Again?
Yeah.
I have this really cool spell. It's called Fuck That Guy in particular.
Prove my point. Anyway.
Gods aren't real. Echo, are you okay? Doesn't prove anything.
Mild noises. Echo is gonna move up closer to Architeuthis, and is gonna get like swim up so that they're face level. And Echo's gonna open their mouth. And when Echo opens their mouth goes all the way back, and it's like their jaw unhinges. And they have these tentacle-like buccal cones in their mouth, alongside of a few rows of really sharp teeth. It's a horror film in there. No. But they kind of lean in, and what you hear is not just from Echo. It's all around you. It's in multiple different voices, multiple different tones. And it's just, why are you lying? Why would you lie to us? And it's just dissonant all around.
What color's Echo?
Echo at the moment is... We're probably around amber and coral.
Okay.
We're getting pulses of amber and coral.
Then...
Echo changes color.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's a fun thing that
Echo
the code is cracked.
Echo emits light, changes color, is mostly see-through. It's just a horror creature.
Gotcha. Okay.
Echo's a lava lamp, but instead of lava, it's organs.
Yes.
That's horrifying.
Right? And a book. You can see a book.
And coins.
There's
And
also
10
a gold
gold.
pouch. There's also a gold pouch. in
And
there.
10 gold.
Pat, you will hear Reva as this then Echo goes, you want to study things? Echo eats everything under here.
Well,
Everything.
thank you for the note. I suppose that I did leave some rather vital context out of my presence here. A higher power has indicated that I should take a trip here. So there'd be a group worth joining. They guided me to you.
Which one? The answer is extremely important.
That would be Jannar. I've worshipped Jannar since I was a child, and Jannar's guided my path to scholarly study.
Did we just read about that one?
Yes, you did. Sorry, you caught me right in the middle of a yawn there.
You're
Yes,
totally
you did.
fine.
So when the book was read out to you, when the information about these beings was read to you, the Merish Pantheon was read out to you. Jannar is the scholar, a beacon of wisdom and knowledge. They are one of the few deities, not primordial beings, deities, who is never given a shape or a gender. They seem to represent the idea of the mind rather than a god or goddess of the mind.
Interesting.
Did you get religious
to-
since the last time I saw you?
If I had to spare a guess, I think the Jannar would appreciate my presence amongst you as on your travels. Is there something of a knowledge collection? Fact finding.
I mean, our knowledge collection's currently in a bottle, but he'll be back eventually. person
7 to
found
10 business days.
7 to 10. And then Luce will basically mimic it's like, and say it in Mercia, 7 to 10 business days. But you weren't religious, I don't think, the last time I saw you. Next thing you're gonna tell me is you got magic now.
Actually, you'd be
Oh,
surprised.
fucking god.
Here's one I made earlier.
Everyone's got
I'll
weird
like
magic
cast
shit.
thaumaturgy or something and let the shit. What the fuck does thaumaturgy do? It's very the only thing I can remember that thaumaturgy does is like light candles, and I'm like that's
Increases your voice, can slam shut doors and windows.
well, we don't have any of that.
But you could use it. You could use thaumaturgy to essentially make like a small pop.
Yeah, I'll do. Yeah, I'll demonstrate. Yeah, so once you ask if I do magic, yes, in fact, and I'll make a small pop in the air, a big, bubble, feel the vibrations simmer through the sea as it pops.
And bite it. Not you. The bubble.
I would like to eat the bubble.
Luce looks sad.
What is the nature of the kind of magic you do?
Well, I can conjure tentacles, summon elementals, project blasts of energy.
Luce looks at Reaver and is just like, isn't that all shit that Ellenson could do?
A silent nod.
Well, Ellenson was good at fighting, at least. Alright, fine.
Yeah,
Dancing.
I'm sure I can make myself useful in combat. Absolutely.
We can dance together tomorrow.
Oh, I'd be delighted to dance.
Yeah.
It's
That
not
kind
the
of dance is
dancing you
fun.
think.
Every single person in this camp is just like, yeah, you think?
Me. I wanted first crack.
I'm sure you and I can dance as well. I'll say that dancing with the Recborn is a rather unique experience that I have yet to partake in.
Very few to partake in it twice.
So far,
Yeah.
only one.
It's just me. It's a good time, though. It's a really good time. I think it's really fun. But since I invited you to dance, I get to pick the music, which means I get to set the terms. So it'll be fun. We can talk about
Fair
that
enough.
later.
Sure.
So where are you? Where is Jannar? Trying to send you.
She's been rather limited in the information she's willing to give me. Just impulses here and there, notions, desires.
All right. Well, I'm fine with Archtooth following us, so we can make sure he don't die. That would be nice. Anybody
That line is very
opposed?
nice.
We did lose a member. Having more hands on deck might not be a bad idea.
And I am so very sorry for your loss.
That's fine. He's died like twice, maybe 3 times, I think, at this point.
I still don't think he's beyond help, but that'll be a problem for when I feel better.
Yes. Anyone opposed?
Vouching for him?
I mean, as much as I can. It's been like a while since we saw each other, but I don't mind it.
Then we have no problem.
You let
My
Shelly
God.
travel with us.
Shelley didn't lie to our faces.
If my daughter speaks for you, then I'm happy for you to stay here.
Don't
But
think
if
Shelley
you-
can
And I
lie.
apologize for the initial obfuscation of facts. I merely do not wish to preempt my goddess's involvement in matters. She can be quite they can be quite selective about the information they are willing to distribute.
Anything more from Oregon?
Nope.
I've no issue. And I'm just gonna like point the fucked blade. I can't remember the name of it. Bran, is it the Eviscerator?
You have a lot of swords.
So many. Swords.
Listen.
The jaw
Effing
blade.
sexual.
Sorry.
The jaw blade.
The one that's basically got a rows of teeth that I'm going to grip and pull.
Oh, jeez. Right, I know the one you're talking about now. Yeah, right, cool. No doubt.
The name, please, sir.
I'm just about to go and get it for you. Bear with me.
It's Tooth's big brother.
Hi, Tooth. This is your big brother. It's called Roll. Where is it? I've got so many of these things fucking saved. I'll find it for you once I can spot it in this list of nightmarish things I have.
Wonderful. Either way, Arctoothus, the tip will get pointed at you and then tilted down almost like a measuring pole, as I'm like kind of like one eye squinting, measuring you against it, and simply say, "If Echo doesn't get to you if you betray us, I will."
I suppose that's very fair. But I assure you, you'll have no need of such.
I'll need it when we dance. And that horrid
Very
smile of
curious
Archie
sort
is
of
just going
dance.
to appear.
I look forward to the dance. It seems to be a rather curious sort of celebration.
Does Arctoothus not then react to Archie's smile showing up? Oh, wait, Pat, do you need the context of that? As in...
Yeah, I do need, yes.
Cool. So, basically, you've just seen the Reaver construct, but basically now the ghostly smile of Archie as a human is now showing in the helmet.
I see. Okay.
Oh, there's that floating smile.
Yeah.
That's fucking eerie.
Archie is rather, or my Archie, sorry. God, this is gonna,
Yeah, this is going to be a thing. This is going to be a thing as soon as I heard your name.
Archie continues to smile at you. Rather unfazed. He seems rather unfazed.
Ooh, I like him.
We're gonna go to sleep. And Echo gets out of Archtoothus's face. Their point's been made. They just got smote. They're going a little ways away, and digging a little spot for themselves in the silt, like those burrowing spiders, just digging, and then kind of putting some of the silt on top of them.
I'm going to vibrate rapidly.
Yep. And, you know, since they're kind of see-through, outside of being a little bit of a light, they're pretty well hidden. But they keep a bit of an eye out, and they do the weird kind of not sleep, almost sleep thing they do.
Not sleep, almost sleep.
You've been checked out. Someone's vouching for you. Congrats.
Thank you for the warm welcome.
Is there anything that anybody would like to do now that somebody's called out that they're going to sleep? Is there anything that anybody would like to do before camp is taken?
Oh, by the way, I'm Marisol. I don't think I said that at any point.
Pleasure to make your acquaintance, Marisol.
That's my girlfriend.
Oh,
She claimed
lovely.
me.
I hope you're good
Very
to
suddenly.
Best deserves it.
Thank you. We also have a boyfriend, but again, he is in a bottle.
He is in a bottle. He'll be back later.
That's very depressing.
It
From
happens.
from inside the necklace, try living it.
So
could
that's what
Archie
you
hear
get in
that?
your head.
You
No,
are
it's a telepathic.
yeah. You are between one of our pairs of boobs at any given time. You're fine.
From inside, you just hear the kind of glory, glory, what a hell of a way. Shit, I don't die. Fuck.
What a hell of a way to poof.
He will just kind of like, true, that's fair, and then go quiet. Anything for anybody else in the party before a long rest? Luce, go for it.
I'm gonna gather up the loot that we get from the swallowing.
Yep.
Please note, in my notes, it is literally the swallow loot. I refuse to change it.
No, that's fair.
I'm assuming Echo probably just spat that up whenever they spat us up.
It was you guys get out and then there's a pile.
Love.
I love the idea of Echo wild shaping back into normal form while projectile vomiting.
Just items. I'm gonna have
Covered in
Luce
stomach acid.
basically start grabbing loot, grabs Reaver. It's just like, you got weird magic shit, you're gonna help me with this.
Alright.
We need to talk also. So multitasking. And Luce is going to drag Reaver over to Groan. Also grab Marisol. Put Marisol in nap time position of laying on Luce's
Alright.
legs. With Groan snuggling. And Luce is going to lean up against Reaver and start sorting through the loot.
Okay. So you have the basics of what everything does. I just haven't typed it all up in the chat. I'll get that typed up after today.
You're fine.
I will not be upchucking my two.
No, it's fine. Which ones were you two? It was
The
staff-
scroll
the scroll and the staff.
and the staff.
Cool. And whenever Luce finds the ring, is just going to lift up a sleeping Marisol's hand and put the ring on it. And is just gonna poke the phylactery and just say, Marisol gets a ring before you do because you got a gut of Megalodon for yours. And then disconnects from Feather.
Okay.
Is that internalized or out-ternalized, Luce?
Internalized.
I'm just gonna then whisper, I don't want one and I already gutted it.
I'm not gonna fucking marry you. That's incest.
I'm just gonna pull out one of the teeth from, my new rib cage of shark teeth. I'm like, no, I just meant... That's a proposal.
Feather's just like, why am I gutting a megalodon?
Don't worry about it. It's cute.
I hate that I can't see things.
Must suck.
I hate that I can't see things, Echo, because you boot like a boot.
Skill issue.
Whoa. Thank you very much for the gifted subs. Thank you very much, guys. Thank you.
God, we're such a serious game.
I know, man. Like, what?
Yo,
what's
Draconis,
this?
thank you very much.
What's this credibility? Right. Okay. And
Yes.
what else, Luce?
Marisol, do you stay awake or do you go to sleep?
Feel like I'm drifting off, but at the same time, because I'm still wearing the necklace, like, I might gently feel the sensation of the ring on my finger and then hear Marisol gets a ring before you do, you bitch, or whatever was just said, and be like,
It was that. That is what was said. That is exactly what was said.
Marisol gets a ring before you do, because you have to gut a megalodon for yours.
and I wake up and I just go, what? I went from girlfriend to engaged very quickly.
That's not a proposal ring. It's just pretty, and so are you.
Oh,
Luz has
thank
no
you.
idea what that ring does. We, as the players, know it. You got the ring of heroic heroism, I think, is what it is.
The ring of heroic heroism, as opposed to other types of heroism.
Yes.
Was it not healing heroism?
The ring of
It is a
heroic
healing
heroism.
item.
Yes.
Healer's
when you use an
heroism,
action
there you
to
go.
restore hit points to a creature other than yourself while wearing the winged ring, you become infused with heroism. You gain temporary hit points equal to your spellcasting modifier, and until the end of your next turn, you are immune to being frightened. Reaver the sword is called Eviscerator.
Yes.
Luce, the
she will
horse's
say
name
it's-
was Monday.
But it's not a proposal ring. It's just a ring because it's pretty, and so are you. Your actual proposal ring will be so much better, and it will be an adventure to get it. Don't worry.
Oh,
Go to
Now,
sleep.
what I heard there is that she's planning on proposing to you.
I'll take it. Well, I
Uh,
appreciate it.
Always. And Luce will kiss your forehead and then just put a hand over your eyes. Go the fuck to sleep. You got hurt.
Yeah, I'll get that there.
Cast modify memory.
No magic on this bitch. And then looks up to Reaver and is just like, Archie.
The eyes are going to be just looking. Like, yeah.
You gonna help me convince Marisol that we don't need a captain anymore? So we can take that off her shoulders?
Not my crew, but if we can do it, if you want. Will it help them? They're the ones who are gung-ho.
I don't know, but it's a thing. I mean, we don't really need it anymore. I think Ariel was the last one who truly believed in it, and he's dead.
Can I insight how well Marisol is sleeping to see if they are troubled as they're sleeping?
Yeah, I'll allow the insight roll.
Because the thing with when you don't sleep, you kind of learn people's sleeping patterns.
I'd say that's fair.
16.
16, Marisol. Either you're actually asleep, or you need to roll me a performance check to pretend you're asleep.
You could be awake for this.
I don't want to roll a performance check. I think it would be funny.
Yes.
Okay, roll performance.
I have a -1 to performance.
I will teach you to perform.
10.
Okay, Marisol is not asleep and is doing their best to pretend they are.
Okay. I think it would benefit them to know that Feather's gonna hear this too. Fuck.
I'm watching, Wazowski. Always watching.
I thought bringing the surface down would be glorious and beneficial. That I would have carved my way through and got the fame of something I wanted. All I did was bring more suffering. There's no need for captaincy down here. There's no crews, there's no nothing. It's just people surviving. And quite frankly, the people that are down here are just as bad as the ones topside. Marisol has enough burdens with the goals that they want to find out. And my hand's going to go down and grab the scroll.
Okay.
If they want to stop pretending they're asleep, I can tell them a story that might give them some comfort. And if they don't use it, then I will use it.
You know, you didn't give me much time to fall asleep. It was like 5 minutes.
Rona's an excellent cuddle pillow.
That's your nephew. Like, he's very snuggly.
He is.
He's a good boy.
On the surface, there are archivists. Oh, but actually, so I'm interrupting you. Please continue.
I was gonna say, Marisol was gonna say, I was so honored that you guys trusted me with this. And in a lot of ways, I was excited because I think I've mentioned before, my father was a military man, a captain of his guard, and I wanted to be like him. But they died when I was so young. It's not like I learned anything. I was just I was doing my best, but at best I was poking at trying to be a man that I can barely remember some days.
Luce looks at Morden. And looks back at Marisol.
Morden looks around like, I feel a disturbance in the force.
And I hate to say, I think it hurt more days than it helped. I happily relinquish captaincy in any form. We are free agents. But also we can't get rid of each other.
This has been seconded by the mascot of Pumpkin. We are now free.
Who's Tiger?
Damn!
Pumpkin's crunchier. She's older.
Good to know. I will learn these.
What's your
I
story?
do not know if they have them down here, but we call them minstrels on the surface sometimes. And they tell legends and stories, and some of them are true, some of them are bullshit. But there are people of magical power that can find out legends and truth out of the very air. They can find out information hidden in the depths if they only know the names of what they need, or the information that they seek. It is magic in its raw form. I'm going to hold out the scroll to Marisol. If you wish to find out the legends of your past, you can use this. It will be incredibly tiring. If you don't want to use it, there's a name I want to find out about. I'm referring to legend lore.
Ooh.
My favorite spell.
You want to use the scroll to cast legend lore. Marisol, you have a chance here. You have an option to use this scroll. Casting a spell called Legend Lore, which will allow you to gain a whole host of information about any subject you name.
You could save it for later.
I cannot admit, I am honored, truly. Do you need me to choose to do this right now?
It is your choice to make. If you don't, there is someone I need to find out about. But if you need that more, I said I would help you find your past. And I pay my debts.
I want to. I feel like this might be better served for the morning, but I will. This is a gift. I appreciate it.
Back down the shark teeth chest plate it goes until morning.
Okay.
Luce is going to lean over to Marisol and whisper in her ear. In Moorish, if you want to be a captain one day, all we have to do is ask Adelan. I'm sure he would be grateful if we can put him back together.
Okay. I
The
mean,
captain of the last true king? Huh?
that does sound really cool. Tiger
And then,
agrees.
yes, tiger blessing. Um, and that's my conversations I wanted to have. I'm also taking that fucky wucky sword. And the bracers of defense. I'm attuning to those bitches while I sleep.
Okie dokie. Anything else for anybody? Okay. Then on that note, we go to our long rest. And we're also going to go to our break of 15 minutes. In that 15 minutes, I would like my players to level up.
Ah, fuck. I gotta do math. Kyle!
Kyle, at this point, your warlock runs out. You can now swap it to whatever you've got planned.
Oh, fuck.
Guys, 15 minutes. Go and do what you got to do. And I will see you, all of you, including our lovely audience. I will see you all after the break. Hi there, everybody, and welcome back to part 2 of our little session. Apologies for the little bit longer break that we took there. There were some little questions that I had to get thrown around while my party were doing the level ups. Has everybody done their level ups? So we're all level 9 now. Fantastic. Isn't it great? Selkie's so happy. Is it cause you got the thing? I love the order. I love the circle of mutation. It's fucking good. So your long rest comes and goes with no issues. Reaver, as you're the only one who would really be awake the entire time, every now and again you hear the far off groan of some large creature. But you're also aware that this is the Black Ocean. This is essentially the outback of the 9 bodies. Everything here either wants to eat you or kill you or both. But nothing disturbs you. It's only by the sheer passage of time that you're able to tell that it's now what you would call sunup. But except there's no difference in the light. Light doesn't get down here. But as people start to wake from their sleep, or their rest, or whatever it is that you do, the discussion comes to the next move for the party. Where they're next moving to. Now, you do have options. One, you know, as it was pointed out by Neris's father when you guys were escaping, that there is a temple to their order not far away from here. But that's only one option. There are a multitude of other options. Being in the Black Ocean means that you've essentially got a free expanse to move around any of the 9 bodies. It's just slightly dangerous to do so. You can travel to anywhere that you want to. So I put it to the party now to discuss where you would like your next steps to be.
Selkie, did you take the spell?
Yeah.
Cool. I'm just going to keep smiling then, knowing. Cool. Side question, Pat, do you have any melee weapons?
No, I don't.
Oh, okay. A fun little spooky thing will not happen then for you. Everyone else's weapons, again, as always, are sharpened because I don't
might
fucking
have
sleep.
a staff, but that's more of like a spell casting thing than an actual. Yeah, I have a quarterstaff and a dagger, actually.
Oh, yeah, okay, cool. The dagger works, yeah. Your dagger's
Okay,
not
cool.
on you, it's now in front of you where you're sleeping, sharpened.
Okay, cool. Yeah.
I forgot that Reaver goes around and sharpens
this dagger thing
Yeah.
in front of me. What's this?
You'll just see me sharpening my blade and just staring at you, taking the filings and rubbing it into the bones to basically heal old wounds.
Very quick question.
Very quick
question. Sorry, Pat. Very quick question. Reaver, you don't take Moradin's sword, do you?
Fuck no.
Okay, cool. Okay, cool.
I want to kill him if he goes the wrong way with me. I'm not helping him.
Who, Moradin?
Yes, me and Morden have very different views, remember, about a very specific thing.
Oh yeah, cool. Got you. Yeah, sorry. Pat, please continue.
Oh, is this what you meant by dancing?
No, but I'll let Luce explain that one, and then just continue to just keep sharpening.
Luce, what's this?
Luce is like bleary-eyed, leaning heavily against Marisol, trying not to go back to sleep. And just like... Bran, we have gills, correct?
Yeah.
Where are the gills? Is it on the neck?
I guess for you, you'd be able to choose. For Sicalians, I imagine that their gills are here, along the ribs. Deep elves and sea elves, I imagine they would be fairly close to here, because that's where the breathing apparatus would be. As half Sicalian, half deep elf, you can choose.
We're going ribs because Luce is basically almost topless, but not. So that's probably why.
And then for merfolk, it's very much the same as from here. It's on the neck.
You kind of see something akin to a sigh in the bubbles coming out of the sides. Like, no, I think Reaver just gave you a courting gift. It's fine.
Oh. Well, I'm very pleased to make your acquaintance as well, Reva. Thank you. This is lovely.
Silently just look down and stare at Luce, still sharpening the blade, but now I'm just staring at Luce sharpening it. The focus has changed.
I was just gonna nudge the Rekborn. It's like, it's fine, you can dance with me about it later.
So based on context, I'm assuming I'm beginning to understand dancing is some form of combat you do?
Reaver, what do you call it?
A duel, but it's training. You set the terms. You go for it.
I mean,
I
it's
thought
because
you'd
it's...
be waltzing.
No, I promised Marisol I'll do that with her first. So,
Fair enough.
yeah.
Moradin.
No.
Moradin is braiding parts of his hair and just goes, in the normal world, we would call it sparring.
That's boring.
I understand that.
No, it's dancing. It's dancing because whenever you do it with me, it helps me be able to help you in like sticky situations better because I can see the way you move. But my rule is that if I invite somebody to dance and I set the music, I set the terms for it. Magic is weird. I don't understand it still. I refuse to understand it right now. Whenever the one in the bottle gets back, he could probably explain it better. But he's the one who called me magically stupid, and I accept that as a compliment. But no, it's basically sparring. But it's so then I can learn how to fight with you. Because a lot of the way that I fight now is that I'm trying to help people in combat, but also take out the little things so Reaver can kill the big things. Unless Echo gets to it first. So. But yeah. And I keep the little ones who hit hard away from the squishy ones, which I don't know how squishy you are, but one of the squishy ones died. Because they were too far away. Also, don't stand in front of my shield. It might try to blow you up.
I see. I will endeavor to stand behind it, rather.
There you go. See, at least you listen.
Well, I try my best.
Yeah. And Marisol can do this really cool thing where everything around her gets all swirly.
Oh, really? No, I can do something color-wise similar to that. Using this little points to this little anglerfish type thing he has sort of circlet he has wearing it. He has on his head with a little lure on it, and he's like, I can use this to generate a mass of confusing colors.
That's weird.
Moradin's going to look at Reaver. What's your special thing? What do you do?
I'm just going to walk out as Archie, juggling.
Moradin's going to take a bag of gold and throw it towards Archie.
I'll catch and juggle with performance.
What? Can your Spectre touch things? Can they pick up things and hold things?
Yeah.
Oh, fuck,
I don't have to pass through.
Okay, cool. It'll just kind of look and go, interesting.
you know what? I'm going to fucking show off because Archie's in the mood to be annoying. I'm going to try and do a jig while juggling because you said about dancing, and you're like, oh, Walter's like, I'll do a pirate's jig.
Okay, that will be a performance check.
Because I've got a +7 to this. 15.
50. Nah, you're fairly good. Yeah, I mean, you have a lot of background with piracy.
Yeah.
And juggling, just for the shits and giggles, yeah, fuck it. You pull out a jig, an expert jig, a hempen jig, some might say. And as you're doing this jig, you're also juggling. Okay. Morden will now look to Echo. What's your big thing?
Echo floats there for a second. Now without legs, by the way.
Or are we back to no leg?
We are now at... What was the thing I wanted to do? Sorry, pardon me. Learning a new thing.
It's
Learning a
alright,
new
it
thing.
takes some time.
It does. It does. There we go. There we go. So, instead of having legs, Echo is changed in a different way upon waking up this morning, quote unquote. Echo now has seemingly bony plates that have started to cover certain areas of their body. Covering certain... I'd call them vital organs, but Echo has, 4 hearts and several other... Echo has a lot of vital organs. So Echo now has, the bony plates and stuff.
Echo has a cup.
That appendage came with legs, thank you.
Ah, right, okay, cool. No worries. I'm just double checking. You said bony plates cover 8, and then you paused and went, vital organs. That sounds like innuendo to me.
No, that's just because Echo's made weird.
Okay, cool.
But Echo will then, go we don't want to waste it, but I guess that, and just opens their mouth.
You eat things.
You want to watch?
I can honestly say, with every fibre of my being, I've never wanted to watch that. However, I do think it's really cool when you bite things and tear them apart. That's really cool.
Well, thank you. We think so too.
I'm glad.
Echo's doing a little bit of the puffed up chest, yeah, it is cool, isn't it?
Yeah, it's really cool when I do that. So, this little merry band of yours, do you have a name or something?
They were
No.
fucking about with... I'm going to laugh and go, no, you lot were all fucking about with the name Knights of Atalan as I continue to juggle, now just grinning.
I mean, it's a bit on the nose, but it's not the worst name, I suppose. How did you hear about all these, heroes of fortune and stuff, and they all have, names? You've got... Well, there's definitely groups out there. I wanted to come up with some names, but all I could think of was the Murder Hobos, Vox Machina, the Mighty Nine, or Hell's Bells, and I was like, I don't think I can use those. So,
What is the forming group called?
they're just
Do they
called
have a name?
No, they don't. The only group that canonically has a name is the group from To the Skies, and they are the Vibing Thembos. They're the Vibing Thembos. I mean, so technically, the characters in the forming do have a title where they're called Heroes of the Twin Siege. But that's not like their party name. That's just like, you're one of the Heroes of the Twin Siege. You were there when the undead and the armies of summer attacked at the same time. Lore, as well as spoilers. So, you've all got up, you've all showed off in some way, shape, or form. Some of you have juggled. Some of you have had somebody humble brag about you. Some of you have, quite honestly, just shown your insides.
How much gold did I make? Because I'm keeping it.
No, you're not. They're a cyanide. They just telekinetic it back mid-juggle. It's mid-juggle. You said you were juggling. Mid-air.
Yeah, I'll hold at least 1 point. I'll get a portion.
Okay, cool. We'll do a roll-off for it. Dexterity versus they're using their telekinesis, so I guess that would be their intelligence.
Pay the piper, I performed.
They're taking back, you're trying to snatch, so you have to beat them.
Okay. Am I using athletics to hold it while they pull, or am I using sleight of hand to catch it?
Well, I would say mid, so he's aiming to take it mid-air, so I would say it's dexterity to snatch it out there. So
Cool.
That would be,
17 I rolled
17
in total.
Just marginally less with an 18 on the
Damn.
intelligence. So they do just kind of telekinetic the coins back to their hand. And they go, I was impressed though.
You're clearly not a patron of the arts. Pay your performers. And he's going to sink back into the armor and pick up the blade as I stand up.
I shall roll. Let's see. He reaches into the coin purse and takes out 4 gold coins.
I'll take it. Always pay your performers.
As a performer, yes, always pay your performers. So, I guess this is where we're going to it, within character. We'd be discussing the next steps to take. That can get quite long-winded. So if we want to streamline it by above table, having a discussion about the next place that we want to move, and then we can take it to the baseline RP of that. So
I'm still.
Go ahead.
I'm
No,
still
go
down
ahead.
going to the temple,
Okay.
since that's kind of what we discussed. I think 3 times now.
I just wanted to double check it in case things have changed since then.
I'm good with the temple with the one caveat of Marisol, are you wanting to crack that scroll now and then potentially have a change of plan? Otherwise, temple's the good one.
You're muted.
Wait. Let's go to the temple, get in safe space, crack the scroll there. That's the smartest idea, I think.
Okay. You good? Alrighty. So-
Damn.
Yeah.
Question.
Potential answer.
Where they're saying this temple is.
Yes.
2 questions. 1, how far, kind of 3. How far is it? How dangerous is that path? Are the first 2.
So, it's not really a thing of like how dangerous is it. You're in the Black Ocean.
Yes.
It's all danger. Everything is
okay.
danger. This particular area, you're fairly deep. The only parts deeper than here, i.e. where you are right now, would be the Nothing Trench, which is widely known by everybody. It is the deepest part. It's essentially this world's Mariana Trench. There is actively things in there that have mutated beyond survivability anywhere else. They will fuck you up. And I think the only other place that would be deeper than here would be... No, I'm pretty sure that's it. I'm pretty sure it would be the Nothing Trench. That's it.
So how far are we talking to get to this temple?
You're talking about a solid, depending on how you travel. If you're traveling, like, you know, with you doing your whole wild shaping thing and moving at high speed, you could get there within a day's travel. If not, you're talking, you know, between 2 and 3 days of travel, with comfortable rest times and such.
Has Echo ever been anywhere near the temple? Not in the temple, but in a closer vicinity to it. Anywhere closer.
That's difficult to answer specifically for Echo, because they don't perceive things the same way. It's not like they can look at a map and go, oh, I know that place. I'd say in your time where you've been roaming around the dead trenches and stuff, there's not a lot of talk about temples, but you've definitely seen people who moved through the dead trench who definitely have a religious look about them.
I'm not asking about the temple itself or for knowledge on the temple. I'm literally asking about the location.
I guess.
I'll tell you why. I'll tell you
right.
why. I'll tell you why that might help you. There's a spell that I have picked up.
Okay.
It is called Submerge. This spell creates a magical link between a body of water within range and another body of water at any location within 500 miles, on the same plane of existence. You must have seen or touched the destination body of water at least once before. For the duration, any creature can step into the target body of water and exit from the destination body of water by using 5 feet of movement. That's why I'm asking.
Okay.
We have fast travel.
Cool. Okay, cool. So in that case, in that particular case, if you were actively discussing it and you were saying, like, you know, you've been a lot of places here, chances are you might have been near it. You guys have a map. From where you guys are right now, it would be... Yeah, actually, it would be. Yeah, you're within distance to what, not precisely where you were, but close enough that it would take it down to a couple of hours of travel. The temple is not necessarily in the dead trenches, but it is a little bit further south.
Ah.
Essentially, if you were looking at the map of it, the dead trenches exist in the Black Ocean. But it is just underneath the boundary line between the Southern Sea and the Misted Ocean.
Oh.
If you were to swim
home for
up
a
from
second.
the temple and somehow hammer your way through the solid ground above, you would end up halfway between the sea, the South Sea, and the Misted Ocean.
Okay. Cool. So I think going back into RP and conversation about moving forward, assuming that in this situation we have already kind of discussed that we are going to be headed towards the temple, because I know we discussed that in character prior as well.
Yep.
Echo would hold up a hand and would go, well, since we guess gaining a little bit more ability, a little bit more power, we can get us there much faster. If we want to.
I am pro getting
By all
as
means.
far as away from Cephalophor as we can.
Is anyone opposed to portals?
I'm a fan
No,
of
I've
them
never seen the
personally.
inside of one. I think that could be a very educational experience.
Reaver?
Oh, I was just thinking of like, does Reaver anything do you not like portals? Like, no, I couldn't think of any. So
Gosh, you get the contemplative look. I'm like, hello?
yeah,
Do
because
we
I feel
have
like we're
portal
like
grievance?
Archie's life dead. Reaver's life continue, and then like any portal situation that we had, like for example, we went into the portal to Cephalophor, we had the portal in that town. Like none of them got me killed. I do have one question: how am I going to come out of it?
Terminal velocity.
Somehow.
Oh, last time I went sideways, and the time before I was down, it was.
We have no idea. We've never done this before. This will be a first try. It might eviscerate us all.
Oh, good.
I nominate going first as the one who can rebuild their body.
I'm gonna go second.
It's our portal.
Oh, do you have to go through first?
No. But it is our portal.
That's fair, but if you go first, does it close behind you?
No.
Okay.
That much we do know. At least in theory. A lot of this is in theory. None of this is in practice.
That much we do know. Well, theorize. Well, hypothesize. There's a chance.
Hey, Malice, do you want to be
Small
useful
chance.
and try it out?
You leave Malith alone.
I'll just go last so I can pick up whoever dies.
That makes
Yeah.
sense.
We taking the body with us?
Yes, we're taking the body with us.
We're not burying it? He's dead.
We said we were gonna bury it in either the Gilliard Garden or in the Glimmertide Garden. So
Ah.
I
Carrying the body, it seems rather cumbersome.
it's fine. He was like 110 pounds soaking wet.
which he
it.
often was.
So 110 pounds.
That's nothing.
I mean, not to rain in your parade there, dear, but you're underwater. Everything here is soaking wet.
It was a joke. I was trying to be funny. Jeez, Dad.
You're just like your mother, trying to be funny.
I will
I
stab
thought it
you.
was funny. Please don't stab your father.
Yeah.
So who's carrying Ariel?
I'll do it. I carried Malith. I guess I could carry Ariel.
Add
We
him to
put
the
Ariel
list.
inside you.
How Tom, if you're still in chat, how tall is Ariel and how built is Ariel?
I can
Ariel's
tell
a
you how
twink.
tall Ariel is. I can tell you how tall Ariel is.
He's a twink.
Diamond
Yeah.
and I both. He's a twink.
Listen, but it could be like a pear twink. He could be like a gym bro who does no legs, but twink. I don't know.
No, no, a
Ari-
twink can't be a gym bro. You don't understand what a twink is, and that's okay. But
Twinks do CrossFit.
That's
Twinks do
cool,
not do
actually.
gym.
Thank you. That's
Ariel is 5'11", and twinks do spin class. Like,
Listen, the one I always get confused with is the twink to twunk. That's the one I'm like,
it's twink, twank, twunk. Like, there's a spectrum here, and twink is at the end.
there's twink,
Cool.
twank, twunk, and then there's what I am, which is thunk.
cool.
We're the
Very
pretty boys that are chunky.
Listen, I'll run you a diagram with color at some point. We'll teach you.
please.
cool.
Are we gonna have another Omegaverse PowerPoint night?
Probably.
No, we're never having another Omega
That's
PowerPoint.
horrifying.
It's never happening. No, my brain is still reeling from that shit.
See,
Skill
you
issue.
asked though. That's your fault for asking.
No, I am more than I totally let it be known to all who are watching. I accept full responsibility for what I asked, but it does not mean I have to relive it again.
That's fair.
I
Also,
was there when the
height,
dark magics
please.
were written. 5'11".
5'11". Oh, absolutely. I can fucking make you into an egg and just You are going to be incredibly uncomfortable. Some bones might be a little broken or dislocated, but you'll be fine. You're dead.
He's dead. But there's teeth inside you too. I didn't consider that.
Just don't jiggle me about like a can of soda.
Just don't
Well, I think
break
you're
it.
already
I'm
destroying
trying
the body
to
if you're-
fix it.
Impacting it. No.
Do any of you know magic? Because I know you can shrink people with magic.
Unfortunately, that sort of magic is not within my wheelhouse.
Not today.
Luce looks offended.
Just to be really clear here, guys. Technically, rules as written, a corpse is not a person. A corpse is an object.
Yep.
Not today.
It's a bonus action to interact with the corpse.
I was about to say, technically, you can interact with the corpse. So,
Alright.
who's carrying the corpse? Are we just sticking it inside Reaver and hoping for the best?
I'll swallow it.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I guess.
Yeah.
Okay, so Reaver swallows Ariel. Oh. Shippity bippity boop. We have been told to check the Discord. What am I looking at? Where am I going? Things are happening and I can't see.
General. Fathoms.
Okay, so Ariel is being brought along. Is it Reaver that is carrying him, or is it
Yeah.
Luce? Reaver's carrying him. Okay, so with what you have, this submerge spell, you're able to get, like I said, if you do use this, using the maps and such that you have available to you, you're able to get within 2 or 3 hours of travel to where Neris's father will mark where the temple is. The Dead Trenches covers a fairly wide area of terrain. Echo, I will give you full credence to have explored all of it in the time that you've been there. You might not be able to draw a full map of it, but if somebody says we need this, you know where.
Already existed for enough.
Yeah, yes, where you were for an incredibly long period of time. So, use how long is the casting time for Submerge?
Casting time, just one action.
One action. Fuck me, man. Okay, one action. Is there anything that anybody has to do before we utilize this?
Did we want to dance?
We can do
Not
that later.
here. Yeah, not,
Not
here.
here. Not here.
Fair enough.
Because if
Okay.
you bleed in the Black Ocean, things are going to smell it. Like Echo.
Yeah. We want to do
This
that
is
in a...
Echo's home.
There's a lot of scary things in the Black Ocean, mainly Echo.
Yeah.
Hi.
Oh. Echo, are you good? Or do you need to eat something before we leave?
Oh, where we're going, there might be things for Echo to eat. We're going back to Echo's home, where you found Echo originally.
Oh, okay. Because I know you ate in Cephalophor, but I want to double check.
Echo is hungry. Very
Okay.
hungry. But we're going towards food.
Do you want to pit stop us a little bit away from the temple? Then you can go get food, and then we'll go in the temple.
Echo has... It's still going to be a couple of hours of travel where Echo is able to bring us, so we will have time.
All right.
Echo will eat on the way to go.
Okay.
Let's
You
take
get hungry, and you need to leave, just like
Echo will.
Moose.
Echo's not a polite eater. Just mad.
Moose has seen it now.
So, what Echo is going to do...
Mm-hmm.
Actually, in a second.
I'm really, really excited to hear what this submerge spell is going to look like, because all I can picture is like a whirlpool.
So, you're not totally off.
Okay.
So, what Echo does is Echo takes a second and steps a little ways away from the group, just in case this goes horribly wrong, because again, this has all been in theory. None of this has ever been in practice. And in case it goes kaboom and is a bomb instead of a whatever. But steps a good distance away, puts out their hands, and with their hands kind of traces from the top and then down towards the bottom and eventually makes a full circle. And the circle is a little bit small, just because Echo is also a little bit small, so, like, Reaver's gonna have to do a little bit of squeezing to get through. But
Expect to form it then.
Probably. But after this circle of, like, a weird, almost color-shifting light, because Echo's magic doesn't have one particular color to it. Certain spells will have particular colors, but because of all of the weird magic that's been pumped into Echo on a regular basis, their magic is very volatile and consists of a lot of different things. And so that flashes, and then a whirlpool starts up. And it starts slowly, it starts to only be like this little churning of water, until it's almost this full-on vortex that you're staring into. But instead of the vortex, like, sucking you in, it just kind of exists ominously. And it probably crackles on occasion, fluctuates in the water a little bit. But Echo will kind of take a step back, and will gesture towards it, and it's done. We did it. It will not stay open very long. We have to fast.
Go in, Spectre form, and use the sync ability for my armor.
Moradin, Malith, Neris's dad, blop, blop, blop.
Yeah, Luce is gonna just grab onto Reaver and just follow and drop with the sync. Just in case, because it might be funny.
Yeah, I'm just gonna. Yeah, Architects is just gonna swim forward with a sort of curious wide-eyedness and a eerie smile on his face, as he moves through this portal.
Okay.
Echo will go through and then let Marisol pick up the rear, because that's what Marisol wanted.
Alright. And I'll go through.
And as Marisol follows through... No, Marisol does not follow through, as Marisol follows Echo through. Following through. A completely different thing. As Marisol follows Echo through, you guys come into that place of dense pitch black, except those eerie white lights all around you, as the light of this magic reflects off of the eyes of long dead bodies, as you guys are back in the dead trenches.
Home sweet home.
It was just like, going up to a random corpse. Hello, Margaret. It's nice to see you again.
Just as decayed as the last time I saw you.
Yeah. Oh God. Yeah. As oh wait. Oh, it's your first time. How extensively has our new person? How extensively have they explored the Black Ocean?
I would say Realistically, not super extensively. They haven't been doing what they're doing for very long.
Okay, cool. So in that case, I would ask you, could you please roll for me? We're gonna base it on shock and awe. All right.
Cool.
Make it for me a charisma saving throw, please.
Okay, I'm good at those. Let's see. Oh, that's fun. So we're looking at a 21.
On a 21, as you look around here, this area is filled. As far as your innate magic senses allow you to know, it's filled with rotting, festering corpses.
Architeuthis, seeing this, if anyone's looking at his face, he's visibly trying to repress a grin. As he looks around at this sort of like a meadow of bodies, essentially. This is almost comforting.
Echo approves. You know the direction from here. It's a little bit southwest.
How well do you suppress the grin?
Let's see. I'm gonna roll.
That would be performance, I think.
Okay,
Yeah, performance.
cool. In that case, then we're looking at 24.
I'm not noticing that. Don't worry.
It's a fairly decent one.
Because it's not even trying to catch as well. Okay. Oh, this is a new person. How do they deal with death? Because we've had a lot of people die like that. And you're like, fine. I'm like, all right, cool. We're good. We can just go on.
Yeah, he's chilling. He's fine. Yeah.
So, you guys pop out. Everybody kind of rights themselves. Moradin visibly shudders. It's like, do they always have to be staring like right at you?
Can they do something else?
No. I guess not.
Didn't think you'd be a scary catfish.
I am not a scaredy catfish. Okay, I just dead things should be dead.
They are
If
dead.
you like, you can simply reach over and move their faces away.
It detaches from the neck.
Aaron!
No, not Reginald.
Oh.
Poor Hecuba. You have now uncovered the fact that Moradin has a weird fear of the undead. Like, scared of them. He does not like the undead. But he reacts to it very much the same way that people who are scared of clowns react to the way they're scared of clowns. It's not like a paralytic fear. It's more like a get that thing the fuck away from me. You know?
I used to be scared of clowns.
Now you become the scary clown.
I know. How do you think I fight my fear? I become Batman. Anyway.
Gotham
still
City
afraid of clowns.
Gotham City would have been incredibly different if Bruce Wayne was scared of clowns. I am.
So he'd dress like a clown. He wouldn't. He'd be Clown Man, not Batman.
I am the beast.
Isn't it just reverse Joker then?
I am the
Yeah.
vengeance
Yeah.
that stalks the night. I am Clown Man.
He just becomes the bat who laughs. There's an entire.
Oh my
comment
god!
about
It just becomes Chuckles from Legends of Avantris. It's just like,
Oh no.
beware the hut. Oh my god! Right. I ended up taking shots with him at the after party, and I got told to sit down and take the fucking shot as Chuckles. It was fucking great. I loved it. It was phenomenal.
Playing a game.
We're playing a game. Okay, so Archtoothis has shown us that he has no aversion to the undead. Moradin has shown us he very much does. Do you guys want to do anything in the dead trenches, or are you just beginning the journey straight to the temple?
I'm gonna
Oh, go ahead.
No, that's it.
Is Marisol still cold in the dead trenches?
That's a good question.
No, I wouldn't say the dead trench is extreme cold.
Okay. Then I'll have Groan give them full mobility instead of wrap.
Alrighty.
But I will be a
appreciate that.
shitstirrer, and I'll look at Mod and go, would you like Groan to hold your hand and have just a tentacle flipper out towards them?
Would
Is
you?
it grown a little undeadish?
Yes, because it's an abyssal being
Okay.
mixed with a
Yeah.
sea drake. And it's from me.
I'm gonna take a humanoid to go at some point, or like something that size. You good, Diamond?
You're just being. You say things sometimes.
You say things sometimes. So anybody else got anything they want to do while they're here? No? Okay. It's a fairly easy journey. This is, the Black Ocean is quite dangerous, but as far as this part goes, the most dangerous thing in these waters at this moment in time is Echo. And as you travel and you follow this path, you follow the direction you're going, you come to a series of tall cliff faces. And they stretch up, 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 up until you can't see how far they stretch anymore. Echo, your entire length of perception runs up and stops with more of this cliff face to go.
And it goes up, right?
Yep, up, 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 up.
Gotcha.
Neris's father will walk over to a patch of the wall, and he'll put his hand on it, and he'll speak in Draconic, and he will say, "By the breath of the Guiding One, let us pass." And it's like steam hisses out from behind creases of a door, and the door slides apart to show a tunnel, fairly well lit, made of some kind of polished blue stone that passes straight into the side of this cliff face.
In Draconic, to Neris's dad, Echo goes, "We're gonna have some questions for you later."
He will look to you and he will nod, but he doesn't speak. He just nods. That's it.
Does Neris' dad have any issues with Groan like Neris did?
Doesn't pay Groan much attention.
Cool, that's fine.
But he doesn't react. He doesn't react viscerally, if that's what you're asking. It's just every now and again looks at it strangely, but he doesn't have any Neris was quite insulting towards it.
Mm-hmm.
This guy just kind of doesn't really pay much attention to Groan.
That's fine. I'm always wondering because we're about to go into a temple and I'm bringing Groan. I'm like,
Okay.
So Neris is probably in that temple.
Yeah, that'd be fun.
Can I ask, do we know who this temple is to? Like, who's this temple made in worship of?
Anybody with proficiency in religion, or anybody that can understand Draconic through magic or just from weird memory shit, they can do it.
Let's go.
So it would be a religion or a history check.
So that's 16 for me.
They're both -1.
As a religion.
You get a 0, buddy.
You got a 4.
Nice.
That tracks.
Who rolled it?
I got a 16.
16 from you. Echo, you got a 4. That is the lowest roll Echo has ever made.
It's for intelligence. I have an 8 in intelligence.
I have an 8 in intelligence. I know what I'm doing. Marisol, did you roll for it?
Yes, I was about to say I got a dirty 20.
Nice.
Dirty 20, we love to see it. I think I already know the answer, but Luce, did you roll on this by any chance?
I don't qualify on any of those.
Ah, well, you just
Unless
have to
you
double
give-
check these things, you know?
You don't qualify on any of those unless something fucking Moradin told me when I got the info dump from these assholes the night before. Like 2
So I
seconds
think,
ago.
so I think what you're telling me is that you don't quite have the facilities for that big man.
You could let me roll.
Do you know what? Do you know what? Fuck it. Fuck it. Roll. Go for it.
Ah. Listen, I'm proficient in history.
So then you'll be
16.
able to roll it.
You
No,
said
you said Draconic
No,
had to
you
be
said
understood.
Draconic.
Oh shit! Right. Okay. Cool. Yeah. Right. Okay. Yeah.
16.
16 in history. No, you don't have the proficiency in the language. No. The DC's obviously going to be higher if you can't translate the thing. If it was like magically they rolled like a fucking 27 and they just went, oh shit, I've seen that writing before in this book and here's the translation for it. That would have been one thing. But, you know, a DC for something that can actively translate there and then is different. Okay, cool. So we got a 24 from Marisol, we got a 16 from Architeuthis, and we got a 4 from Selkie, alongside a actually fairly decent 16 from Luce. Reaver, are you rolling for it at all?
Hi, Topsider, who doesn't speak Draconic. I'm going to be petting that dog. I'm going to just pet Groan and then realize, hey, we're no longer traveling. I'm just going to take Ariel and put Ariel on Groan as an easier transport that's not my chest cavity in case combat occurs.
Okie dokie. So, for those of you that can translate Draconic, Echo, you'll be able to do this by putting your hand on the walls and feeling the engravings and stuff. The people that are here are the same order that Neris and his father serve. They are a group of knights, sworn very much in the tales of old, where they would swear to some powerful liege lord and they would pursue that liege lord's motives throughout the areas that they hold dominance over. There have been many records of these kind of things. This is just another one of them. Just a group of knights who follow somebody. There's a heavy influence of draconic heraldry around these knights. They wear symbols of dragons, specifically great sea drakes and sea dragons on their chests. They wear armour made of the scales and the hide of these creatures. Some of their greatest weapons are made from the teeth or the claws of these things. Echo, what you're going to get as you run your if whatever way that you would examine this, whatever way you would go about it, is that as you touch the wall, as you feel the symbols, they register in your mind. You can speak it, you can understand it, you can read it in your own particular fashion. This is a temple to a being called Chimaperius. I'll put that into the general chat. From what you can make out as you go along the entrance to this and you scan over it, Chimaperius is an ancient being. Whether god, whether primordial, we're just a really, really old creature, doesn't state. All it states is that Chimaperius stood for order in one of the most chaotic parts of the 9 bodies. And that this temple that you're about to enter is a place that resonates with that level of order. To our 2 proficient with religion, what you're looking at here, the heraldry, the symbolism and whatnot, this is not like a small cult or anything. This is like a full-blown holy order. To, put it in terms that we would understand. This is not, a small church group who have their own little corner of one particular religious market. This is the Knights Templar. This is some very, very large and well-maintained, structured organisation. You can tell by how the outer wall of this has been carved. It hasn't been done hastily. It hasn't been done like you would see on the side of just like an empty cliff face. There is engravings, there is design, and there's structure to this. The fact that it's lit in this way as well gives a sense of welcoming to it. It gives a sense of openness. This is definitely a place where at one point people would have been able to access freely to come and worship. Again, you guys can see images along the walls. Right where Echo can translate the words, you guys can see images. And the images are of groups of people arriving to this place, arriving to a wall. And through these images, it denotes as if it's some kind of voice from nowhere, some kind of herald. And then the next image along the wall was some kind of magic that creates a sanctuary, a place where they would be safe. And from there, the order has built. Over the course of all these images along the walls, there's a symbol of a great sea dragon above it. But as each symbol progresses, the sea dragon curls up more and more and more. Until eventually, it gets to being just a circular symbol with a clawed hand, which is the symbol that was on the door to Moradin's office.
And it's the symbol that only Luce and Reaver recognize, because we were the only 2 who saw it.
Yep.
Ha!
You want to do anything about that diamond?
I'm taking notes.
Ah.
You do something about it.
Okay. I'm gonna have Groan swim up alongside the dragon, look at it, look at Groan, and smile, and then say, "What is that symbol?" Will Neris's father or anyone tell me?
They look uneasy.
Gonna swim up next to Reaver and just be like, what he said. Please and thank you.
It's the symbol of the order who calls this place home. An order of protectors. We maintain order within the 9 bodies.
Quite a large order of protectors. From what I can tell, this is not a small church.
Our charge is an ancient one. It runs deep. When you all go through here, you will be asked to keep everything you see to yourself. We cannot
I
risk
don't
the
know who I
secrets
would-
of this place being common knowledge. We have many enemies who would wish to see what we have destroyed.
I don't know who I would tell. Everybody I talk to is here.
Who would listen to a wreckborn?
Out of respect for the motivations of such an organization, I suppose I will put aside my note keeping for the moment.
Your family. So, electing kind to how family treats me? And that is to be an aside of, your son has treated me rudely. Correct your son's behavior towards me. Because Luce did tell him how his son treated her
Yep.
whenever they first met each other. Luce's body language is read like a fucking book.
As you say that, your uncle will turn rolling his eyes. And will start
She
to
will
make
roll
his...
hers.
I'm gonna roll them right back. And then he starts making his way down the tunnel. You're all free to follow him if you wish.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Yes, Stern.
Down the tunnel we go. And down and down and down until the tunnel opens up into the entry point of a large, grand temple. Carved again from this blue stone, but there's also gem-like structures. If you imagine like a cathedral where you would have stained glass windows, they just have spouts of this pale blue, almost diamond, crystalline gem. As they make their way through, you are approached by several other of these apparent members of this order. They don't seem to pay too much attention to you guys. They go to Neris's father. In Elvish, one of them addresses him as Commander. Before they call for a medic, who comes over, takes a hold of the uncle and takes him away. Another of these people will approach you. They are not elven They're a wreckborn. They approach and they make a very kind of like misjointed attempt at some kind of salute, which appears to be in its entirety. It's supposed to be like a clawed hand across the heart and dragged over. And as they do that and they bow their heads and say, "Thank you for returning the commander to us. We have been worried since we did not hear back from him."
You see excitement and joy sparkle in Luce's eyes immediately. Reaver, you will clock this as the same expression she had when she met you.
It gets mimicked because this is the first Wreckborn, to my knowledge, Bran, I've met.
Other than Drift?
Yes, correct. Oh, yeah, no, it's more point of like, cool, how twisted are you right now? Let's learn. Where's my path going?
You can engage him in conversation and you can verify that for yourself if you wish. He appears to be made out of less, like, you're more bone than anything else. He appears to be more scrap armor. But he's definitely Wreckborn. You can see that there are parts of like wood and stuff that make up where his arm bones and such would be. But it is like, you know, rusted and correlated armor all over him.
I have a lot of questions for you. I will let our meeting be needed to be later if possible. I can also tell you this one is salivating at you. Points at Luce.
Luce is bouncing with excitement, like quite literally bouncing, staring at this Wreckborn. What's your name? You have a name, right? You still remember that, right?
I do. Is everything okay with this one? We are not prepared for serious head trauma, but I can alert one of our medics if need be.
It's fine. Nothing hits me enough to give me head trauma. I really like Wreckborn. I think y'all are so fascinating, and I want to learn everything about you if you want to talk. If you don't want to talk, that's fine. I fought this one into talking to me. He's my friend now. He's basically my brother-in-law. It's fun. You're so interesting.
Thank you. As for names and introductions, I simply go by Guard Captain. I have forgotten the name that I once carried, and before I was awakened, I may have held on to that, but since my awakening, my only purpose is to have been a Guard Captain, so that is my name.
If you want a new one, just let me know. We can make that Guard Captain and then put a name after it, and you can have both. Best of both worlds. Oh, you're so interesting.
Does the same thing, puts his hand over where his heart would have been, draws it across and bows his head, and says, "I appreciate your kind gesture, but it is not necessary. I understand that many of you are mortals and will such as need refreshments. Do you require food?"
Well, I'd be delighted to partake.
I will not say no.
Then if you will follow me, I will lead you to our mess hall, where you will be able to eat whatever it is that you require for sustenance. Turns and he lumbers off in the direction of the mess hall.
Very charming fellow.
Yeah.
Luce, are you okay?
Echo,
What?
do you need to go get food?
Yes.
All right. So we're gonna have to find somebody to let you back in.
Maybe. They took away the one who I wanted to ask questions to.
I'll find him.
Is guard what is this? Guard captain?
Guard captain.
Okay. Is guard captain still within earshot?
Yeah.
Echo will call out, if we need to get back in, having left, how do we do that?
He stops and he rotates at the hip first before the legs step round to catch up. And then he walks back and he goes, nobody is held here against their will. Should you wish to leave, you are free to do so. Should you wish to re-enter, you must simply place your hand upon the doors to the temple and speak the command phrase. However, it must be spoken in Draconic. If need be, I can teach you the phrase in Draconic.
That would be helpful. We have to go eat. So we have to leave and then come back.
Very well. And he will tell you the phrase that was said, by the breath of the guiding one, let us pass.
Gotcha. And Echo will just kind of repeat that.
The Wreckborn will... Yeah, I'd say it's safe to say it's quite unusual to hear this. The Wreckborn will laugh. Like a chuckle. Like a and he'll go, it has been some time since we heard someone speak the Draconic tongue with the fluency of a native. You are indeed gifted.
Oh no. And Echo's gonna leave.
Okay. Marisol, did I hear right, are you going with Echo or?
Yeah, I can go with Echo.
No, I thought I heard you say you were. I thought I heard you say you were going with Echo. That's why I'm saying, is that what you're doing, or?
You could also stay and do scroll things and be cool and get lore. I can go get takeout. It's fine.
Yeah, that's right. I was about to do that. Sorry, brain is foggying.
You're good.
Yes,
Fine.
I'm gonna stay here. We're all gonna eat dinner, and I'm gonna learn about the death of my entire family.
The best
Night of
gifts.
It's a good thing to hear about, in all fairness, though, isn't it? Like, backstory.
Story.
What about the rest of you? Well, Echo goes off to go and get food. The rest of you guys.
I'm following Luce's new hyperfixation.
So you're going wherever guard captain goes. Okay.
Yeah, I guess I'd follow guard captain. I'd want to ask questions. Yeah.
By all means, ask away.
So how long has this order been around? What remains of it? It seems to be a bit past its heyday.
The Order has been here for as long as we have recorded history. We were founded by members of a lost race long ago. They are the ones who brought to us the great Chimoperius. Under his tutelage, we became what we are. But now, we are, as you say, no longer in our prime, and we seek to regain what we once were.
Interesting. And what measures are you taking to go about that?
Measures that involve many of our order in deep thought, meditation, and planning. That which you need not worry yourself with.
Fair enough.
Anybody else got anything they want to ask Guard Captain?
I'll ask him next time we play.
You'll ask him next time we
I've
play.
not followed
Okay.
them.
You haven't followed. Okay.
I have been frozen to the fucking spot since he said the words, I can't remember my name. And if everyone disappears, I'm going to walk out as Archie and just stare at my wreckborn body, shivering in fear. As
I
I'm
was
gonna
next
look-
to you.
You left to go follow your hyperfixation. I didn't follow.
I was over on the bench.
And you.
I was over on the bench.
Okay.
Yeah, and then I'm just going to stare at the ship wheel that can be seen through the chest.
Yeah. Is that it for you, bud?
Yeah, he's just frozen feared.
Okay. Marisol, are you wanting to do the scroll?
Yes, but I will say we do it next session.
You want to do it
And
next
maybe
session?
Yeah, and maybe once Reaver recovers from that
Okay.
Ship
emotional
shock?
damage. Yep.
Selkie, are you okay? Selkie's having a moment here.
I am putting several dots together. Let me live my life.
What about you, Architurius? Anything for you at all that you would like to do after being in here? Anything you'd like to ask of Guard Captain at all?
I do think I want to come up with more questions as a, information gathering. But yeah, I think I'll. I think the one other thing I think I can think to ask right away, and what enemies to order have you faced off against in the past?
We have faced the enemies who strive to bring chaos to the world. We strive to keep the world safe from the works of Aunun, the Chaos Serpent. We strive to keep back the ever-encroaching plague and rot of Kriakos, the Decayed One. We seek to continue a harmonious and circular existence alongside the many great and powerful primordial beings that still call this home.
And have you thwarted any of these foul beings in the past? Successfully, that is.
It was us who drove the rot-touched back into nothingness, to crawl back into the rotted and decayed depths of shadows from where they spawned their filth. You very much get the idea that if a Wreckborn could spit, he'd have spat right now.
Fascinating. And by what methods did you go about doing this? Was there any particular tactic in mind, or was it sheer martial prowess?
Our secrets are our own, known only to those who advance above the acolyte stage.
Very well, my generous host. I shan't pry further.
Anything else that anybody would like to do? Echo.
I just want to get the nums out of the way quickly so that Echo can get back to the party prior to next.
Oh yeah, of course. So you're heading outside. To hunt is just a survival check for you.
Yeah.
Hunting for you is a survival check.
Works for me. 18.
On an 18, I mean, this place has got a fairly decent amount of like bottom feeders and such. So this can be anything from, fairly large, like sucker-mouthed catfish and such, all the way to things like giant isopods. lots and lots of things down here. You are fairly close to a bottom part, like a bottom plateau of the ocean. So as for actual like fish swimming around and above you, fairly small. If you're looking for something large and substantial, probably one of the best things you'll find is like a giant isopod.
Yeah, Echo's gonna go for a couple of the largest things they can. Probably,
Okay.
given that they're like the isopods and bottom feeders and stuff, probably not given too much of a challenge with that, I'm assuming.
Oh no, they have
Yeah.
no method of combat.
No, so because of how fast Echo moves and hunts and eats, Echo's gone and then back so fucking fast. And they do put their hand on Thor and they're like, I don't know if this is gonna work. But they say the phrase, and kind of like when they tried to contact the fucking Chaos Serpent, they're just standing there like, is it gonna I'm assuming they get in.
Yeah. If you
Cool,
put
yeah.
your hand on it and you speak it, then yeah. As the steam pushes out, it's familiar to you. The feeling of steam coursing over your body. The feeling is familiar.
Oh no. Echo says out loud again and goes inside. And that's all for Echo.
And I think with Echo now rejoining the party at that point, that's a good place for us to bring us to a nice little conclusion there. I'm going to give you a cutscene because you know what? You fucking got to, right? You got to at that point. We're going to take ourselves away from the temple of Chimaperius. We're going to take ourselves all the way back, way, hurtling through plains, hurtling through other places to an endless expanse of black sand. Staked along a precarious path are multiple humanoids of various different races, flayed and attached to posts. And a being walks along this path with fairly little interest. They reach the entrance to this large three-sided black pyramid. Inside it sits this tall, very pharaonic looking humanoid. Deep grey skin covered in what looks like chains with spikes poking into their flesh. A headdress which again looks to be made of panels and shards of metal, with a large two-handed sword sitting attached to their throne, and they sit and they watch, and as this being approaches with a cloak, the being in the throne stands up and says, "I'm glad you answered my call. I have a proposition, one which may find both of our wants and needs met. How would you feel about having a direct influence and in a world, in a plane where the only real sound is that of those who have been flayed, wailing in agony or begging for help? There is the sound of a thundercloud rumbling. And the stranger removes their cloak to show the human personification of Taito. And he says, "I'm listening. And that's where we wrap for today, folks. Thank you for coming to see us today, folks. We had quite a great number of new people coming in. I'm really glad it was for this. I'm really glad that we've got a lot of new faces coming in, especially for it being Pat's first game. Pat, thank you for having the energy of just rolling with all the punches that happened.
Of course.
It was phenomenal. It was absolutely great. I love that you came in and you were just like, there's a rabid, tiny thing trying to eat, and you're just like, hello, small thing. It was fucking great. I loved every minute of it. If you like what you've seen here, folks, you should go and check out all of our other streams, and you should go and check out all of our social medias. Despite the fact that I'm saying all of them, we are mostly prominent on our Blue Sky right now because every other social media is a pile of hot garbage. So do go and check out our Blue Sky. Everywhere that you look, everywhere you can possibly find us, we are at World Tree Quests. It is not difficult to find us, so please do go and find us and hit the likes, hit the subscribe, hit the follow, all that jazz. I don't know what the kids do nowadays, but just do it. Because we're making a big push for 2025. Is going to be our year. We're going to do shit. Other than that, I don't have anything else that I'm going to plug, so I'm just going to move on to my lovely cast members and let them throw their lovely faces out there. I'm going to start with yourself, Kyle. Anything you want to plug at all?
Hello, I'm just Kyle, but in fact I'm much more than that. Hi, I do convention work. I work with the wonderful Gehenna Gaming, and I will be at multiple conventions this year. You can find me at PAX East, you can find me at Gen Con, you can find me at PAX Unplugged, you can also find me at the Birmingham UK Games Expo, and potentially a fifth one, which is still waiting to be confirmed, so I can't say anything about that one just yet. I also write for the wonderful Daylight Publications. If you want a rules-light system that deals with noir detective, it deals with high fantasy, it deals with cyberpunk, and it deals with modern aspects as well, please check out their publications. It's a D6 system that is very much designed with care and influence and actually just bringing about a bit of joy into the world that's currently on fire. Furthermore, if you want to see me in the GM seat instead of the player seat, please do find me on Start Playing. I've hit over 750 games. I've been doing it for 4 years now, and I'm looking to push that number to 1,000 and even further. Please do find me there. You can find me on Blue Sky at Just Kyle, and that is where the main place you'll find me. I'll pass on to the wonderful other players.
Fantastic. Thank you very much for that, Kel. Moving on to Selkie. Anything you want to plug at all, Selkie, my dear?
Hello. I've been sick for the past month and a half, but you can find me places, I swear. Typically you can find me here on Thursdays, obviously playing your weird Frankenstein's monster thing that just got weirder, and I've had several potential realizations that are now churning around in my brain. But you can also find me on occasion over on Dinner and a Game. We're having a bit of a break at the moment, but sometimes you can find me there on Tuesdays playing in Emerald Sanctums or other things, or on Saturdays playing the Art of Resistance, where we had a very big reveal on the last session of the Art of Resistance that I'm not going to spoil for anyone, but I do highly recommend you go check everything out. If you like any of the types of characters that I make, if you've seen me in the past and you like the fuck shit that I do, you might find this one interesting. And then you can find me in person at various different cons as well, also doing work for Gehenna Gaming. But something I want to plug in particular is Gen Con this year. Not only will I be running games for Gehenna and doing work for them, I'm also going to be running at least one panel, and I might be part of a few others. So you'll be able to see me in an educator standpoint, in a GM standpoint, and as a performer as well. And then, oh boy, you can find me so many other places. I'm not going to go into all of them right now because that place is now expanding. It's terrifying. You can see all of my links on my link tree and everything, and I'm going to have to come up with like a really big update post. Oh god. Anyway, hi.
Fantastic. Thank you very much for that, Selkie. On to Denny. Anything you want to plug, Denny?
You can find me on a lot of social medias at Lawless Aries Cosplay, mainly the clock app that I don't know what's going to happen to it in the next couple months. Do you? Who fucking knows? You can also find me on Etsy at Magpie Finds Jewelry. I make beaded jewelry. I made this one during the session. You can get anything that I make on session on my Etsy. And other than that, check out Absurdist Press. It is a small novel writing company I'm a part of, working on building our own superhero universe. I have 2 books that are coming out this year. One called Cuttlefish and the Valkyrie, which has been described as lesbian Spider-Man and Thor on an adventure, and one called Remember Me, which takes place from the perspective of a ghost. I also have one book that's out already called Speed of Strife, which you can go to our website and read at any time. But yeah, that is all for me.
Fantastic. Thank you very much for that there, Denny. Pat, you're up next. Is there anything you would like to plug at all, Pat?
Yeah, sure. Hi, Patrick Diamond of Diamond Quality Cosplay. You can find me under that name via Instagram, Twitter, as well as a very, very, very neglected Facebook page. I'm not sure that still exists. You can also find me on Instagram under Diamond Quality Photography, where I do cosplay photography. I can also be found by Diamond Quality Clips on TikTok. Any hat I wear, it's gonna have Diamond Quality in front of it. Other than that, yeah, I'm happy to be here. I'm really pumped. This first session was great. I'm loving playing my little mysterious weirdo Architeuthis Mari.
I'm really looking forward to seeing him in like next sessions and such. I can't wait to see a bit more about him.
For sure.
All right, thank you very much for that, Pat. And last and most certainly not least, Diamond. Is there anything you would like to plug?
Hi, I'm Madness Diamond, but since we're friends, you can call me Diamond. I am a TTRPG actual play performer, and I do a lot of other shit in the TTRPG atmosphere, universe, sphere, community, industry. One of those things being that I am the administrative coordinator for Dinner and a Game. As Silky said, we are currently on a little bit of a tentative break to give our founder of the feast, Ray, some time to rest, relaxation, and do some real life stuff. But whenever we do have things on Dinner and the Game, on Tuesdays, I play Bay on Emerald Sanctums, your favorite Martyr Creed hunter, who's gay with a death wish. Or we're running Ren's game, which we still need to wrap up, which is Crawfish to the Bitter End, where I play Shuri Darcy, the chosen who just wants to smooch one vampire and I guess save the world. And then on Dinner and a Game on February 7th, which is a Friday, at 8 p.m. Central Standard Time, myself and Dennis, the OKSGM, and a couple of other wonderful players, with the help of one of our new tech producers, will be running the second Pokepocalypse in the Sagas system as a one-shot to raise money with charity TRPGs for the LA Hope Found. I think it's the LA Project Hope, which benefits to the wildfire fighting that is going on in LA, to benefit basically all the people who are helping with that. But that is the one thing I have that is outside of my normal stream schedule. I have something to be announced later on Mondays that will pop up. But I'm also the community manager for the cast side of things here on Wolf Tree Quest, and you can find me here on Thursdays with all these lovely people playing Melusine Lusvestra, the one with many names, as everyone's seeming to find out. Your lovely Battlemaster, Fighter, Path of the Ancestral Guardian Barbarian with now a level in Rogue. So, since we leveled up. So, triple class, here I fucking come. The math is awful, but it'll be fun. And then, besides that, you can find me everywhere at Madness Diamond. I am on all social medias at Madness Diamond. If I'm not there, I will be there soon to claim my username, because it is mine, motherfucker. So, but if you are a GM wanting to find a place to stream, if you are a player looking for a game to play in, please slide into my DMs. If you are a sex worker who will be at Gen Con, I'm helping Gehenna Gaming in programming focused on highlighting sex workers this year for Gen Con. And even if you won't be at Gen Con, still message me if you are a sex worker in the TTRPG community, because this might happen at other events. Who knows if it goes over well this time. I've gotten some interest from some lovely people, and I am very excited to be able to hash that out and build it. I'm also the assistant person for Decrim 305, a nonprofit organization in Miami-Dade, Florida, for sex workers, founded by sex workers, and we do outreach and nonprofit things focused on Miami-Dade, Florida County area. So, that's all I have to say today.
Fantastic, thank you very much there, Diamond. If that's everything from my players, and that's everything from me, then that's everything from us. Thank you very much to everybody that came to see us today. I've been your DM of Doom, Son of Asgard, or World Tree Quest here on Twitch and YouTube. With me today, we have had my lovely cast. We have had Just Kyle. We've had Selkie Cove. We've had... Fuck me, man, my brain just fucking farted out there. Sorry about that, guys. We've had LOL Series cosplays, we have had Madness Diamond, and making their debut, we have had Diamond Quality Cosplay. From all of us here at World Tree Quest, good night, stay safe, never trust somebody that lives inside a three-sided black pyramid, okay? It's never good. Also, don't pull a finny. Good night, folks. Good night. Well, that was fun.